Randy, can you hear us? Yeah, we got. We're live.
Okay, we can now call the March 23rd, 2021 Truckee Town Council meeting to order. Sarah, would you do roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Romack.
She's got a baby in the hands, so it might take her a minute. Or can they hear us?
Councilmember Romack.
Okay, she's
Yes.
Thank
present.
you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Here.
Councilmember Pallavi.
Here.
Vice Mayor Henderson.
Here.
And Mayor Klovstad.
Here.
Thank you.
And we have students from a third grade class at Tahoe Truckee Unified School District leading us in the pledge tonight. Okay, well, I'm a little lonely up here. I'd really like for the rest of you to join me. Okay, we do have some public comment, I know, just for the general public comment section, and we'll go to that now with just a quick note that our hearts here in Truckee go out to all those in Georgia and Colorado that recently lost loved ones needlessly in recent events. So, sad commentary. Public comment, Sarah?
Okay.
Hi, my name is Cindy Basso. I'm a Truckee resident, and I'm calling in the public comment sections about the day center. Here's my comment. I'm calling to implore you to extend the temporary land use document for the Veterans Memorial Building to allow the continuous legal capacity for the day center to use the building under the public facility zoning laws. California, including Nevada and Placer County, has an uncontrollable homeless problem. The day center is the only site that many of the people experiencing homelessness go during the day. Sometimes it's their only opportunity to be fed, showered, and to launder their clothes. By closing the center or not allowing it to continue because of zoning laws will only make the issue of homelessness worse. There is nowhere for these people to go, literally. At the center, they receive case management to try to help them move into a permanent solution and to help them with whatever reason why they became homeless in the first place. We can't ignore the people without a home, without shelter. As a society, we must help them. The day center is a place where they receive the assistance and much needed help. Please do what's in your power and extend the zoning regulation until the end of June or until the day center finds another location. Please do not be the city council members that end the much needed assistance for people living on the streets, in tents, and in their cars. You have the power to extend the zoning regulation. Please do so. Thank you for your consideration. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Cindy.
EMF Radiation Home Inspector. Good afternoon, Mayor Klopstad and Vice Mayor Courtney Henderson and the Truckee Town Council members. My name is Dalcoya Batchelor. I'm a health practitioner and EMF Radiation Home Inspector with over 20 years of experience in human health, disease, the nervous system, trauma, and EMF radiation. and I'm calling today with a public comment in regards to 5G and wireless technology. Myself and many residents of the Truckee community are very concerned about 5G and wireless technology. I have caringly created an email to you really focusing on ordinances. And in that email, I've provided attachments to one of the best ordinances I have researched and found thus far, which is in Calabasas, California. And we do have the authority to create an ordinance to regulate 5G and wireless technology as a whole here in Truckee. Many towns and many cities across the United States have created ordinances to protect their towns and their cities locally from 5G and wireless technology. 5G, 4G, all wireless technology, cell phones, smart meters, Wi-Fi, all functions on microwave radiation. And you know what happens if you put something inside of a microwave oven. Well, when you fill up the atmosphere with microwave radiation from 5G, 4G, cell towers, cell phones, Wi-Fi, and smart meters, it turns the environment into a microwave oven. It changes the climate, it changes the environment, and it's very dangerous to human health. So I thank you for reading and studying my email. I thank you for prioritizing this issue, and I'm here to help in any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Delcoya.
Good evening, Mayor Klobstad, council members, and staff. I'm Kathy Foley, and I have the distinct privilege of being the program director for North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services. And tonight I'm commenting in the public comments, agenda item number 4. I'm commenting tonight as I'm confused and I don't know where to go next in order to ensure that our most vulnerable neighbors continue to receive the life-saving and life-giving support they deserve. I ask for your help. A quick history. The Emergency Warming Center was ending their season last March when COVID hit. We saw a huge void in services for our neighbors who were chronically homeless, newly homeless, and at risk of homelessness. Our staff rapidly expanded, community support and grants followed, which enabled us to fill this vital safety net for our neighbors and community. We've been running the day center, warming center, and community support services at the lower level of the Veterans Memorial Building since April of last year. I provided some basic statistics and highlights in my submitted letter to give you a glimpse of the success and lives impacted by having these programs available in our community. I appreciate the temporary use permit modification that staff put together in August, which officially allowed these programs to operate. And I also appreciate that they're willing to extend that agreement one more month through the end of April, which ensures the most severe weather nights will be done for the season. But I'm worried because COVID is still a concern, in addition to the fact that every day is an emergency when you don't have your basic needs met. Starting in April, we'll have only day center services 4 days a week, Tuesday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. each day. When I refer to the public facility zoning, it appears that this program is compatible as it's established in response to the welfare needs of the town and is operating like a community center. Only the neighbors we serve most are homeless or at high risk of being homeless. I do realize that it's more complex than that and would appreciate the opportunity to revisit how we can continue with these efforts until a permanent location is secured. I ask for your help to find a solution that's best for our whole community. I ask that you consider adding this topic to your next meeting as an agenda item for discussion and steps forward. And I invite you to stop by the day center and see firsthand what this space gives to our community. I thank you for your time and care of our community.
Thank you very much, Kathy.
My name is Sheila Greeno, and I'm calling today to encourage the town council and the town staff to continue to work and support the Emergency Warming Center and the Day Respite Center by finding a way for them to continue operating at the Veterans Hall. When the EWC first opened in the basement of our church, I was hesitant. Since then, I have seen what a difference they have made in our community and for a segment of our population that is historically underserved. I recognize that our town has many challenges for the future, and I encourage you to not ignore the importance of the EWC. I have personally seen the many lives this organization has changed and the joy that they have brought to people in need. As a 35-year resident of Truckee, I support the vital outreach work of this organization. Recently, the town council has spoken about community connectivity. I hope that all will see that this theme must include those that are serviced by the Emergency Warming Center and the Day Respite Center. Thank you.
Thank you,
That's
Sheila.
That's our last open public comment.
That's your last one? Okay, great. Just a reminder for those watching, you can call in a public comment to 530-428-6555. You could also text a public comment to that number. And now we have we begin our presentations. So Jenna is going to introduce 5.1. Oh, you're muted, Jenna.
Wow, you would think it's my first Zoom meeting. Thank you, Mayor Klostad. I'm both happy and sad to introduce this proclamation for Jerusha Hall and her service on the Planning Commission for the past 4 years. Jerusha, on behalf of the Planning Division, we want to thank you profusely for your dedication to our community and for making Truckee a better place for us all. We will definitely miss you on the dais.
Thank you for that, Jenna. And I too have a comment to make. I know we have a public comment to add to this as well, but believe it or not, when I moved to Truckee, Jerusha was one of my first friends. And we got to know each other by running around Donner Lake after work, and then we would go to Obie's for happy hour. And I wish we had a room full of people today, because I'd love to, have people raise hands and see how many people remember Obie's, but I've got a few. So, Jerusha, it is with great honor that I read this proclamation tonight, because you actually were my inspiration to get involved. When I saw that you were on, oh good, there you are. When I saw that you were on Planning Commission, I was like, I guess I could do that too. So I decided to start looking into things, and now here I am as mayor, and I get to read this proclamation to one of my first friends and one of my inspirations. But my only question is, Juice, how did we get so grown up? When did that happen?
You know what? It eludes me. I'll wait till you read the proclamation, but I just have to say, the last 4 years on the Planning Commission, literally, it was a blink of the eye. I can't believe it was 4 years. Okay.
Well, we're so grateful for your service. So here we go. Proclamation honoring Jerusha Hall. Whereas Jerusha Hall was originally appointed to the Planning Commission in September 2016 by Councilmember Joan Jones, and then reappointed in 2018 by Councilmember David Tierman. And whereas during her term in office, she was an integral part of the General Plan Update and GPAC, and was actively involved in numerous development code update processes. These planning documents serve as the foundation for community values and vision implementation, and through her efforts, Truckee's small town character has been enhanced. Jerusha's participation on the Planning Commission led to the adoption of key zoning code amendments, including adoption of the housing element and new development code standards, new cannabis regulations, Donner Lake development standards, and updated standards for ADUs. In addition, Jerusha reviewed major development projects which will shape Truckee's future, including Coldstream Affordable Housing Project, Soaring Ranch Phase 1, High Altitude Fitness, Grocery Outlet, the Village at Gray's Crossing, Public Service Garages in Frischman Hollow 2 Affordable Housing Project. Whereas Jerusha's practical experience as a land use planner and her long-term familiarity with Truckee provided invaluable insights during Planning Commission discussions. Whereas Jerusha's attention to detail, willingness to think outside the box, and commitment to improving the Truckee community provided great insights during the Commission's deliberations. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Mayor of the Town of Truckee commends Jerusha for her dedication and service to the citizens of this community and for the leadership and guidance that she provided during her tenure in office. Be it further proclaimed that the Mayor of the Town of Truckee extends her sincere best wishes to Jerusha for the future. And the crowds go wild. We do have one public comment. If you are prepared for that, Sarah? Great.
Good evening, Mayor Klostad and Town Council. This is David Tierman, and I am calling in to comment on item 5.1 pertaining to recognition of Jerusha Hall's tenure as a planning commissioner. It was my pleasure to reappoint Jerusha as a planning commissioner in December of 2016 when I stepped onto the Town Council. Jerusha always demonstrated a strong sense of balance and thoughtfulness as a planning commissioner during her consideration of land use and planning issues. So I'd like to join in and thank Jerusha in this very public way for her 4+ years of dedicated service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, David Tierman. It's our past council member, and we do have a request from Councilmember Pallavi to make a statement.
Thanks, Mayor Klostad, and hi, Jerusha. And I just wanted to say thank you. It was a pleasure serving with you for the couple of years that we did get to serve together. And I think just for your knowledge, and so that everybody knows, having served with a lot of different planning commissioners and council members over the years, I just wanted to commend you for your always calm demeanor and very consistent deliberation. You were just always kind of like level-headed throughout any project, whether it was cannabis conversations or any of the more trying planning projects that always came before us, but always really dependable and great to have you on the dais and to serve with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I say a few words?
Please.
Great. Well, I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to serve on the Planning Commission. I learned so much, and I learned that I'm usually like split right down the middle on everything, and it helped me to sort of learn how to get past that and figure out what I really felt. So that was, or how things really sort of fit under the code and that sort of thing. So it was challenging, and it was also very rewarding. I made some new friendships and lots of networking. And I really just, I am probably Truckee's biggest advocate. I'm so dedicated to our community. I don't want to live anywhere else. It's a really important place to me, and the opportunity to help guide and leave a little tiny fingerprint on the community has been great. So yeah, I just wish you all the best moving forward. I know it is challenging, and but it's all worth it because we live in such a great place. So good luck. Thank you. And it's not the end of me. I'm going to be around, and I look forward to seeing you all.
We have your phone number, Ju, so we'll call for those consultant times. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
Okay, and for our next item, I believe Councilmember Romack would like to say something before we start.
Sure. I just wanted to share this next presentation. We're going to hear from the presenter is my mother, which you might be able to tell from our wonderful last names and our good looks, but just wanted full transparency on that. Thank you, Mayor Klobstad.
Of course, and we are honored to have both of you with us this evening. So with that, Sharon?
Great. Thank you, Mayor Klostad and the Town Council for giving me this chance to talk to all of you a little bit about Sierra Senior Services. But since Council Member Romack said a few words, I just want to say something before the official presentation starts. I'd like to publicly thank Council Member Romack for encouraging me to relocate to this area. It's a place where the natural beauty is surpassed by the inner beauty and compassion of the people who live here. And I'm so glad I took your advice for a change and made the move. Thank you, Council Member Romack.
That's awesome. We're all enjoying that.
Well, good. I am too. So now I'm just pulling up.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Good.
Perfect.
All right. I'm still a newbie at all this Zoom stuff, so please forgive the little hiccup there. Anyway, it's been quite an interesting year in our community, and thanks to the town of Truckee and many others, Sierra Senior Services has made it through the crisis so far. We've been in operation almost 20 years, and I do think this was the most interesting year of our existence. So I'd like to start this update by clearing up a few misconceptions about Sierra Senior Services and the Meals on Wheels program in general. This is not Meals on Wheels, although there's some wildlife that think it might be. I put this up because it's as misunderstood as some of the other misconceptions that I'd like to tell you about. This is not the vision we have, and some of these other ones need to go away as well. For instance, since our office and kitchen are in the Tahoe Donner Senior Apartment Complex, many people in the community think we are a part of that operation. We are not. We're just a tenant here like everyone else who lives here. Because our kitchen is adjacent to the community room for the apartments, some people think we run a full-fledged senior center. No, we don't. Congregate dining was offered in that room, but we do not put on classes or host any activities in that room. We're not an official senior center. What we are is a true Meals on Wheels provider for Truckee and North Lake Tahoe. We don't offer classes, we don't offer in-home services, and we don't make transportation arrangements for seniors. But we feed seniors. On occasion, we'll make referrals to other agencies when someone needs extra help, but our focus is truly on feeding the seniors in our community. This past year has been interesting. We have grown quite a bit. We more than doubled the number of seniors that we're servicing. And I'd like to point out that we increased our Truckee clients and now have 103 people, or 55% of all our clients, live in Truckee. We added 4 new routes to accommodate all these additional people. And now 5 out of 10 of our routes provide delivery service to Truckee residents. We are one of the few agencies in Northern California that does not have a waiting list for our service. Within 48 hours of assessing a potential new client, we can start bringing them food. And usually it is within only 24 hours that they get their first meal from us. Although our mission is to provide seniors with food, we learned of the need to help feed the homeless population here in Truckee. Last fall, we began to serve an average of 30 people a day at the Day Respite Center in Truckee and also in temporary housing situations at the lake. And we're very glad we were able to do this. Luckily, in the past year, we also learned just how generous our community is. The individuals and organizations that are listed here each contributed $2,000 or more to keep the wheels on our meals rolling during this very difficult year. We were very happy to receive the emergency grant from the town of Truckee last April. We hadn't seen a contribution from Truckee for a couple of years, so it was a very welcome surprise. We also received a lot of in-kind help from businesses and organizations in the area. You can see businesses and nonprofit groups that stepped up to make sure our seniors felt supported by all. The food, emotional support for the seniors, and holiday gifts helped to make our isolated clients realize that the community loves them too, and we greatly appreciate this. So what happens next? Well, we expect to maintain these higher numbers moving forward. We realize that many in our community didn't realize there was a Meals on Wheels program here, or just how easy it was for them to get the nutritional help they needed until they heard about our COVID-19 response. Many who joined the program during the stay-at-home order were actually eligible to be on our regular Meals on Wheels program, so they will stay on it even after the stay-at-home order is lifted. We also expect to continue to grow as the population of Truckee grows. About 17% of all adults in Truckee are over the age of 60 and may need our services soon. Of course, what happens next is our funding will need to keep growing too. The emergency response this past year was great, but now we realize that to meet the need in our community, we'll need ongoing financial support. Of course, our key operations areas are where we're going to need the financial support to keep up what we're doing. However, we also realized we need a bigger kitchen. We had identified that we would need a larger kitchen in 2025 or 2026, but thanks to the rapid growth we experienced this past year, we'll outgrow our facility much sooner. And we do keep growing. Just last week, we welcomed 4 new clients to the program. So right now, we serve an average of 188 clients a day. Once we hit 200 clients a day, something will have to give. Our landlord, Tahoe Downer Senior Apartments, has already told us there is nowhere for us to grow on their property. So we have already begun looking for places where we could relocate. How do we pay for these expenses? We have 3 major sources of revenue. Clients are asked to contribute what they can, but no participant is denied service if they cannot afford to donate. So that portion of our funding is quite low. It averages out to just about $1 per meal. We do receive federal and state funding, and those sources make up about 30%. We're not sure if there will be a slight increase this year, and we really won't know until more of the dust settles in both Washington and Sacramento. So as you can see, grants, private donations, and fundraising are our major sources of revenue. Now, we've not been able to hold our annual spaghetti dinner bingo event this past year, and we're honestly not sure we'll be able to return it with its usual format. We're not sure 500 people ever would want to or should ever sit shoulder to shoulder playing bingo again. However, the community and individual grants are still very important to us, and they've continued to provide the support we needed when we did lose our fundraising opportunities. In the past year, we have received several awards recognizing our outstanding response to the COVID crisis, but perhaps the best recognition is the one on the bottom right of the screen. It's the heartfelt thanks from our clients. The cards and messages we get mean a lot to our staff, our volunteers, and our contributors. We know we're a needed service in Truckee and North Lake Tahoe. So this has been a quick overview of our incredible year. We hope that Truckee will continue to partner with us for many years to come, and I'd like to answer any questions that you might have now.
Sharon, thank you so much. That was great information, and yeah, really important to clarify those differences in your service. Yeah. So I will open it up to questions from council. You guys can wave at me if you've got something. And do we have questions from staff? Okay. I think we are good. Sharon, thank you so much. This is great information, and I really agree that I'm not sure we're ever going to do spaghetti feeds and bingo again, but I sure hope you come back to the pancake breakfasts. I miss those.
Yes, we will.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we are on 5.3. So this is the small business big applause. And Jen, you're going to take that one?
I am. Thank you, and good evening, everybody. This is our second presentation of our Small Business Big Applause Award, in which we like to acknowledge and thank those businesses in our community that have been really creative and innovative in response to COVID and responded really positively despite all the challenges that COVID has presented. So this evening we have two awards that we're giving out. Our staff, Melanie Conte, and our sustainability program, and Hillary Hobbs presented the awards with Braun filming them, and we are recognizing and appreciating Grocery Outlet and the Parrish family, as well as WT Graphics and the Buyer family. So Judy, if you could please play the video, thank you.
So I'm here with Brian and Shannon Parrish, the owners of Grocery Outlet here in Truckee, and I'm here to present them with the Town of Truckee's Small Business Big Applause Award. This is a new initiative from the town to thank and recognize our local businesses who have persevered through the last year and deal with all of the ever-changing regulations from the state and really provided an essential service to our community. You guys opened in the midst of the pandemic, and your staff members have been here on the front lines throughout the whole pandemic, providing this service to our community. But not only that, you guys have gone above and beyond with your food donation efforts and supported all of our community members who have been challenging throughout the past year with food insecurity. So Grocery Outlet has donated their excess food items to Safe Community House and a lot of other partners to support community members and get food to those in need. So thank you so much for your big efforts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
We're grateful to be here. The response from the community has been fantastic. We were able to begin being involved in the community before our store opened, which was great. Everybody was very welcoming. The things that matter most to us are community. And the food insecurity is a big deal for us. We've always looked out for our community wherever we've been. And so that's a big piece of what we do and what we're proud of. And it's our staff. Everything that we've accomplished here is because of our staff. We've been very fortunate in a tough hiring climate here to get great employees. And we're very fortunate. We're very grateful. Thank you.
So with the exceptional challenges that our local businesses have faced over the past year, the town is taking some time to recognize some of our businesses with Small Business Big Applause Awards to recognize ingenuity, determination, and community spirit through the challenges of COVID. So I'm happy to be here today with Wes and Tanya Buyer from W&T Graphics, which has been serving the Truckee community with custom embroidery and screen printing for over 30 years. And during the pandemic, you remained open as an essential business and were able to provide services to the hospital, the PUD, the town of Truckee, Truckee Police, to serve our essential needs. But I understand you did face some real challenges with slowing of some of your steady orders for things like special events and sport teams jerseys, which you usually provide. But you took this challenge, the challenge of this time, to adapt and improve your business with practices like updating your website and implementing new technology for efficiency while maintaining a safe and accessible service for your customers. So we appreciate your commitment to serving this community and practicing safe COVID operations at your business, and would like to recognize W&T Graphics with a Small Business Big Applause Award. So thank you.
Well, thank you guys. we just would like to thank this community that we've been a part of for most of our lives, and the town of Truckee, the special district, everybody that stepped up to kind of help keep us going, and all the other small businesses, large and small. Everybody pulled together and did the best they could, and hopefully we'll all come out the other side intact. So thanks.
So again, just thank you to Grocery Outlet and W&T Graphics, and we look forward to more awards next month.
Thank you so much. Thanks everybody who put that together. I really appreciate those. It's so nice to have the opportunity to find the positive in all that we have been through over the last year. And now it is with great anticipation and excitement that Chief Billingsley will be introducing a few of his new members of his staff.
Thank you, Mayor Klostad, and honorable council members. And I introduce you to a couple of members who are not familiar, or I should say not unfamiliar faces, people who've been around the police department for quite some time, but they've been promoted to new positions of police lieutenant. First one is Danny Renfro. He has been with the Truckee Police Department for 17 years. He's performed brilliantly as a patrol officer, a detective sergeant, dive team commander, administrative sergeant, traffic sergeant, and also a patrol sergeant. We're happy to have him take over our operations division currently. The other person who we promoted is Lisa Madden. I'm very excited to promote her into this position. She's been with the Truckee Police Department 10 years. Prior to that, she was with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department for 3 years. She has been a detective, patrol officer, training coordinator, FTO coordinator, use of force instructor, and also patrol sergeant for the Truckee Police Department. I missed something on hobbies and interests. Looks like Lisa loves camping with her family and water sports. She has a bachelor's degree in finance and criminal justice. For Danny, going back to Danny, I missed a couple things on his checklist here. He is near completion of his Bachelor's of Science in Criminal Justice, and he also likes water sports, water skiing, and golfing with his family. So please welcome our two newest members of our command staff. Thank you.
Congratulations, Lieutenant Madden and Lieutenant Renfro. We are so pleased to have you elevated into these positions, and 2 lieutenants in Truckee's quarters. So thank you. Do we have any council questions or council comments on any of the above items on presentations?
This is Jan. I just want to echo what David said about Jerusha. I really enjoyed working with her on the Planning Commission. I agree. She was great. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. Any public comment, Sarah, on any of those other items?
Yes, I have a public comment on item 6.3.
Oh, 6.3. I haven't gotten to consent yet.
Sorry.
We are almost there, though. Okay, well, thank you so much. Now we are on 5.5 for the town manager report.
Yes, thank you. I have a few announcements tonight. First, I'm very happy to say, effective tomorrow, we are entering into the red tier, meaning we are moving along the roadmap to reopening. It's in the right direction. We're on the right trajectory. This was announced today. Our case rate is 8.0 and our positivity rate is 3.7, so that meets the criteria for the red tier. What does this mean for the community? Our restaurants are able to operate with indoor dining at 25% capacity or 100 people max. Our gyms can now operate with indoor fitness at 10% capacity, and our retail can operate at 50% capacity. So we're excited for that, and we want to continue along that path as a county and as a nation to continue to reopen. We are offering a business town hall. We have that scheduled in coordination with the Chamber of Commerce, our Downtown Merchants Association, and SBC. That's on Thursday, March 25th from 9 to 10 in the morning. You can register for that on our websites and the chamber website. There's more information. So any business out there that's looking to learn more about the American Recovery Plan and the relief that could be provided under that, we encourage you to register and participate in that business town hall. On a different note, I wanted to talk a little bit about our local transit routes. We have our new spring service is beginning with a modified schedule, which is going to provide some benefit to our new housing in Truckee. So the modified route schedule is going to take the bus off of the bypass and serve Truckee Way and Brockway in both directions. Will be includes hard stops at Crossroads Center coming from the west end of Donner Lake, which is normally by request only, so we're doing that on a regular basis. We'll better serve the affordable housing at Frischman Hollow 2, Corbin Crossing, Artist Lofts, and the new housing in Coldstream. So the new schedule is going to start 30 minutes earlier at the bottom of the hour and ends 30 minutes earlier at the last run. And this change to a 6:30 a.m. start allows for us to connect to Regional TART at the Truckee Train Depot for their first run for Highway 89 at 7:30. The last run of the evening will be at 6:30 p.m. We also are resuming the night service connection from the train depot to both Squaw Valley and North Star with the new schedule. This is a big deal. The service will start at 6:35 p.m. connecting to Squaw Valley with a 6 p.m. run to North Star. This allows for the workforce that travels between North Lake Tahoe and Truckee to connect to both Squaw and North Star with the regional TART service. So we're excited to offer these expanded services, and we think it will help move forward the council's priorities of connectivity and improved transit. So thank you to the town staff and Kelly Beatty for making these new routes happen. And on a more somber note, just to echo your comments earlier, Mayor, our flags have been flying at half-mast since sunset on the 22nd, and we'll be flying until Saturday night, March 27th at sunset in honor of the victims of the shootings in both Atlanta and Boulder. Our hearts go out to the victims, the families, and those communities that are dealing with those senseless and tragic shootings. So with that, I have no further updates.
Thank you, Jen. Do we have any council questions? No. Okay, seeing none. We will go on to consent calendar. Would any council member like to pull a consent agenda item?
6.3.
Councilmember Zabriskie is pulling 6.3. Are there any others? And does staff wish to pull any agenda items?
No, we do not. Thank you.
Okay, great. So, may I have a motion, Councilmember Pallavi, for the consent agenda with the exception of 6.3?
I love how we are evolving here. Excellent work, Mayor Klofstad. I will move that we, what are we doing? We're approving the consent agenda. I will move for that. Thank you. Sorry for my snarky in-between comment. Thank you.
To be expected. Okay, Councilmember Romack, would you like to second?
Sure, I will second.
Great.
And
Sarah.
Mayor Klofstad, just to clarify, you're approving the consent item minus item 6.3.
Minus 6.3, correct. Sarah, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Romack.
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
He is frozen.
Councilmember Pallavi.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Henderson.
Yes.
And Mayor Klofstad.
Yes.
Thank you. Jan was the second or first, so that's fine, I think.
Okay. However, Councilmember Zabriskie is the one who pulled item 6.3.
Yes.
So we do kind of need him to unfreeze to deal with that one.
And Mayor Klofstad, there is a public comment for item 6.3, whenever you want to hear that.
Okay. While we're waiting for Councilmember Zabriskie to rejoin, let's hear the public comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is Steve Frisch of the Sierra Business Council. I'm speaking regarding consent calendar item number 6.3. I'm calling to strongly support the housing section of the 2020 legislative platform. I'm speaking on behalf of the Mountain Housing Council Policy Working Group. First, I want to applaud the Town Council for its inclusion of a housing policy platform within its legislative platform. I wanted to note that it's in full alignment with the Mountain Housing Council policy platform, and there are a number of items that the town is prioritizing that are very heavily prioritized by the Mountain Housing Council as well, and state our full support for the legislative platform and for working together towards meeting our mutual objectives. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you so much, Steve Frisch. I appreciate your comments. At this point, should we table this item until Councilmember Zabriskie can rejoin?
We can table, or I can maybe start it off. Councilmember Zabriskie did submit comments and some recommended language change prior to the meeting that have been shared in advance with the council, so we could talk about that proposal and see if he's signed on before we finish that conversation, if you'd like.
That sounds great, because I'm pretty sure he knows what he wrote to you.
Yes. So a little bit of context. This is the legislative platform that we are asking the council to reaffirm. It was previously adopted last year. We are doing this in advance of a future council agenda item in which we will ask council for support and interest in doing collaborative legislative lobbying with the county, Nevada County, where it makes sense and where we have alignment. So before we come forward with that item, the county is approving or discussing their legislative platform today, and we wanted to make sure that we were in alignment and had concurrence among the council to continue with the existing legislative platform. Councilmember Zabriskie did offer some proposed language changes. I see that he is unfrozen and back online at this point. So Councilmember Zabriskie, I'll hand it over to you, sir. You are on mute though, so you might want to unmute yourself.
Thank you. It's my fault here. We have our own technical issues with an unnamed cable provider here in Truckee. Yes, on what I'm proposing is a few words that would mirror the first two items under the environmental section, which would be legislation. I would add the language legislation that reduces greenhouse gases. And that's consistent with the guiding principle of protecting us against climate change. I'd be happy to go on and describe it more, but if anyone has questions of me.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question?
Go for it.
Councilmember Zabriskie, are you just looking to add the two things that were provided prior to the meeting, the support measures that acknowledge statement, and then number 3? I wasn't able to completely follow that. Sorry.
I was only, I'm only proposing one thing, and it would be a new line item in the environment and resources on page 4. And it would be adding a new line item, legislation to reduce greenhouse gases.
Great.
In support of any new legislation to reduce greenhouse gases, yes. Okay. Do we have council questions other than Councilmember Pallavi? Any others? Do we have questions for staff?
No staff questions, and we have no concern with the added language as proposed.
Okay, I have no concern with the item as proposed. Councilmember Zabriskie, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I move that we amend the Town of Truckee's 2020 legislative platform. Maybe it should be, 2020, where are we? 2021 legislative platform. To read under environment and resources support section, legislation to reduce greenhouse gases.
And Vice Mayor Henderson, would you be willing to second?
I will second that.
Thank you. Sarah, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Romack?
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Henderson? Vice Mayor Henderson?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Klovstad?
Yes. And Councilmember Zabriskie, thank you very much for that amendment. It is appropriate and appreciated.
Can I please go back to Councilmember Zabriskie kind of paused out when we approved the consent calendar?
Oh, right. Would Councilmember Zabriskie, yes, we need your vote on the consent calendar minus 6.3 prior to this.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Got through that. And we're an hour in, not bad. Okay, we're going to start discussion items. So item 7.1 is a public hearing for the Community Development Block Grants, CV 1, 2, and 3. And we have, is it Danielle presenting this? Great, welcome Danielle.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and pull up my slide deck. How does that look? Can everyone see just the single slide?
We can see, it's presenter view, so we can see your next slide as well.
Oh, okay. I'll try and switch that again.
There we go.
Better? Okay.
Full screen and everything.
I love how every meeting it seems to switch it. On our toes, right? Well, what's good is that I don't have a ton of slides tonight because council previously talked about what we wanted to do with these block grant applications back in January. And so we did some regrouping to kind of figure out what was appropriate for this funding. And unfortunately, during that time frame, we thought we were going to go on a track of doing rental assistance. And then the state came in, fortunately, and decided to do its own program. So yes, there's money available for rental assistance through the state's new program, but that means that we would not be submitting an application for that now like we thought we were. So we spent some time looking at how to do economic development with these funds, knowing that that could be a little bit more of a challenge. So just as a reminder, when we talked about this last time, we were doing a public hearing to solicit input on what we wanted to submit these applications for. And now that we're not doing the rental assistance, we're back to economic development. And so as we were talking to different businesses, kind of community partners, looking back at the success of some of the CDBG programs, we decided that doing 2 applications would be appropriate, knowing that now the funding pool is a combination of the funds that the town had available to us under the CB1 application, so just over $87,000. And then the funding with the CB2 and 3 applications for a total of what we're putting in for $410,000. So within that, looking at both options that we think would be most utilized, which is business assistance and micro enterprise assistance. And the numbers that we came out for with this were really just based on kind of what we thought people would utilize, although it is a bit of a guess, and we don't really know if any of the businesses will want to access this because there have been a lot of other funding sources available, but we thought it was still worth putting in front of council and dedicating some staff resources to, so that there's another option out there for potential businesses that either fell through the cracks in timing or opportunity for some of the other funding, or are more comfortable working with a group like Sierra Business Council to do these applications. So our recommendation is to do 2 applications, one in the amount of $200,000 for business assistance, one for just $207,000 for microenterprise assistance, and then businesses would be eligible for up to $30,000 of loan funding each. And what does that cover? So I think that's, always a big question because there's a lot of details in all of this, but operating expenses, we've got capital improvements, kind of furniture, fixtures. If we go into business assistance, there's also funding opportunities for technical assistance within that. And so it's not quite the same as some of the other opportunities that have been out there, but I think still has value, especially that we're talking about forgivable loans. So one of the questions that came out with some of the council's questions ahead of time were, how do you qualify? Because some of these can be challenging. If you're a business and you're looking at this as an opportunity for you, what does that mean? When we look at sort of the business assistance side, this is really for, still what I would consider smaller businesses. You'd have less than 25 full-time employee equivalents. It's really both of these programs, because it's CDBG money, are targeted at low and moderate income households. So that means that even if you have a business, it's your employees that are in that kind of lower to moderate range. And so that, does restrict the pool of applicants. But I think, again, this is an opportunity to maybe capture some of the people that haven't sort of been looking at funding in other ways before. And then for micro-enterprise assistance, that's even, kind of a smaller pool. So less than 5 employees, still in that low moderate income level. It's a self-certification process, but they do still have to do, some level of income qualification for that. So again, we think it's still valuable for us to do it, even though we know there could be some perceived challenges with the paperwork or the level of information that you need to be providing, which includes verification that you're a legal entity, you have a DUNS number, that you've, been filing all of your tax returns, that you don't have, you're not proposing to use this money for personal debt, that it's associated with your business, things like that. So council's role tonight is, this is the second of 2 hearings. So you would be conducting a public hearing and soliciting input and comments on staff's recommendation. And then after that, if you support staff's recommendation, you'd be approving resolution 2021-09, authorizing the town manager to submit the 2 applications. So sort of as I broke down in the staff report. Like I said, short and sweet presentation, but I think we still find value in this, even if it might be a little bit challenging.
Thank you very much, Danielle. Council questions? Nope. Okay, do we have any public comment on this item, Sarah?
No, not for this item.
Thank you. Okay. Council deliberation. We are going to go in our roll call order. So Councilmember Romack, what are your thoughts?
Thank you. We've definitely heard from a lot of businesses that they need support throughout this crisis. And while it sounds like there might not be a lot of businesses eligible, it does seem like it's worthwhile to have opportunities for our businesses. And I understand contracting with Sierra Business Council, they'll be able to do some outreach to ensure maybe businesses who would fit the criteria are aware of this. So I'd be in support of moving forward with staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie? You're muted.
Danielle, could you just explain what some examples of micro enterprises are? What types of businesses?
Hillary, do you have good examples? I mean, I'm thinking of like super small companies.
Would it be a home cleaning service?
What's that?
Would it be a home cleaning service of 2 or 3 people?
It could be a home cleaning service of 2 or 3 people. It's defined as a business with 5 or fewer employees. So it could be something like that. It could be beautician or hairdresser who rents a chair in a salon, is just sort of a sole proprietor in that case. We have a lot of those in Truckee. It could be a massage therapist, something like that.
In-home care provider of less than 5 employees would qualify.
Yes, they have to be a business entity, and they have to have been filing taxes as a business entity. So some of our very small sort of at-home businesses may or may not qualify for that.
Staff report was great. Those are the only questions I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Pallavi.
No questions. I'm supportive.
And Vice Mayor Henderson.
I think Member Romack said it really well. I don't have anything additionally, and I'm ready to move on this item.
I would agree. So, Vice Mayor Henderson, would you like to make a motion?
Absolutely. I will make a motion that we approve Resolution 2021-09, authorizing our town manager to execute and submit an application for CV2 and 3 grant funds not to exceed $407,000.
Thank you. And can I have a second from Councilmember Romack?
I will second.
Sarah, roll call, please.
Councilmember Romack?
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I keep on wanting to call you Mayor Pallavi.
Me too. Can I?
Vice Mayor Henderson?
Yes.
And Mayor Klobstad?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 7.2. This is the meat of our evening. So we'll go through presentations and see where we're at. Maybe take a break at some point during this agenda item.
That sounds good. We'll go through the presentation. I'll take some pauses if there's questions. And then if we need a longer break, we can do that as well. So
great. Does that work for all of you? Looks like it. Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. So good evening once again. Tonight there's a big item in front of you for consideration and discussion. Every year, the Town Council engages in a 2-day retreat, usually in person. Unfortunately, this year it was virtual and Zoom-based, but the town's leadership team and the Town Council met virtually for 2 days. February 1st and 2nd, we had our council retreat that was professionally facilitated by management partners. And at that retreat, we discussed a variety of issues. The most important which perhaps would be the council priorities for the coming year, and then a discussion of staff's steps forward after that discussion. So tonight, just a quick overview. We'll talk very briefly about the retreat, the council priorities, and the work plan that staff has developed, and our analysis of the workload and capacity to achieve the work plan and recommended next steps. So as I mentioned, our retreat was February 1st through 2nd, virtual retreat. On day 1, we discussed high-performing government, council role as policymakers, and I want to emphasize that because I am going to try to bring you back to that as we get into some of the detail of the work plan, that we really need to keep this discussion at the high-level policy level to the extent that we can. We engaged in a conversation about civility and public discourse, right in alignment with the Truckee Way and how we operate here in Truckee, as well as intergovernmental relations and best practices. On day 2, we had a discussion early in the morning on the long-term vision for Truckee and council's vision for Truckee, and we had a summary of where the town is at today, both fiscally and in terms of capacity on a staff level. Part of that conversation focused on this concept of 80 to 90% of staff's time is spent on core services. That's our everyday services that we do to keep the town operating, processing permits, maintaining roads, snowplow services, payroll, AP, and many of the other admin functions in our clerk's office and in the town manager's office. And of course, public safety and animal services. What this means is there's 10 to 20% of staff time left for council priorities, and that's in a typical year. We all know that this past year, and we are still currently in a very untypical time, COVID has consumed some of that 10 to 20% capacity. So we're really looking at a 5 to 10% staff capacity for council priorities. That's not a significant amount of time. So after we had the update on where the town is currently, where there was a long conversation and a great discussion on council priorities and what you as a council would like to see happen over the next year and the direction you'd like the town to go into. So the outcome of that discussion were 5 priority areas. These are pretty broad priorities. Actively support the development of workforce housing, reduce greenhouse gas emissions and become a leader in environmental sustainability, enhance communications and public outreach to facilitate community cohesion, invest in key infrastructure and community connectivity, including the new library, bike trails, and transit alternatives. And then lastly, the priority was enhance partnerships and investment for wildfire mitigation. Staff is asking council to consider a modification to that priority, and that is in red for your reference. We are asking it to read emergency preparedness, enhance partnerships and investment for wildfire preparedness and mitigation. This recommendation is to better align with our partner agencies and their mission, and it's also a little bit more broad as we continue to deal with COVID and other emergencies that may arise throughout the year. So I'd like to point out that these priorities are in no particular order. It doesn't matter if they're listed first or second. They're equal priorities for the council and staff, and we took that into consideration as we developed the work plan. Also, as council identified these priorities, recognize that staff is really the ones doing the work to help move them forward on a daily basis. So we wanted to engage our staff and our teammates in a model that would resonate with them as they work throughout the next year. So we put together, Lynn in our clerk's department put together several different graphics that we sent out to our employee team and asked for their input as to what graphic resonated most with them. This is the graphic that they voted on. I think about 48 of our employees chose this graphic with the recommendation to add the images. They weren't on there originally. So we added that, and we're proposing that this would be kind of the guiding image as we move forward. We are also proposing that the work plan focus on a 2-year time period. The priorities are very broad. We have a lot of detailed work that we are hoping to accomplish to move those priorities forward, and realistically, we think that will take at least 2 years. So our next steps, we left the retreat with those 5 priorities. We identified a graphic that we could work with, and then sat down with the entire team, really our leadership team, our management team, and many of our staff members to talk about action items and how we could develop a roadmap to move these priorities forward on behalf of the council. We've provided the council with an ambitious work plan. It's guiding the staff's work over the next 2 years in that 5 to 10% of available staff time. And as you see the detail provided in the work plan, you can see why we continuously say in our staff report, and I'll remind you many times tonight, that we are stretching our capacity. Outside of this work plan, there isn't going to be an opportunity to add a lot of additional items. So we've come up with a strategy that we hope will work called the bike rack, as new items come up that we can park in the bike rack and revisit as time permits, and there's an opportunity to add those. We do intend to provide quarterly updates to the council and the community to track progress on our work plan items. This would be the opportunity to visit items in the bike rack and see if there is any ability to add them into the work plan. We also have identified lead staff and department staff in terms of who will move the work plan items forward and target completion dates. We added another work plan spreadsheet for strategic and organizational priorities. These are items that we feel as staff are crucial to continue working on. They will consume staff time, but from an organizational perspective, we ask that those items be moved forward and we be allowed the opportunity to continue working on those. So the work plan is a new concept for the council, or at least in recent years. It's being presented in a different format. And there's really 4 purposes to how the work plan is laid out. Clear expectations for council. This is what staff is working on, and you're aware of that. Clear expectations and direction for our town team, so we know very clearly what direction we're headed and what are our priorities in terms of the work plan. We have a very engaged and enthusiastic community, which we are grateful for, and we want to honor that. But we also recognize there's oftentimes competing priorities. And that's where the concept of this bike rack comes into play. That terminology was recommended by our planning commissioner, Ruth Miller, so we stole that. And it's really a mechanism for us to say, that's a great idea, we appreciate you bringing it forward. We don't have capacity given our current work plan, but we can park that item in the bike rack and revisit it in the future if we have capacity to do so, or council could choose to replace an existing work plan item with a new item. And then last, the work plan does present a visual representation as to the amount of work that's happening in the town. We think that's important to see that, to acknowledge that, and to recognize that there's many competing priorities that are going on all at one time. So with that background, I'm going to go through each of the priorities and highlight the goals that were identified under those priorities. I'll pause after the end of each priority if we'd like to talk about some of the specifics in terms of action items. I will probably reminding you frequently that we are at a policy level. So if you have concerns that some of the task items are not meeting the intent of your priority, that would be important for us to know. If you have edits in terms of grammar, spelling, perhaps word preferences, we can deal with those at the staff level after the council discussion, as long as those changes are not changing the purpose or the intent of what staff is recommending. So just want to preface the discussion with that. Our first priority that council identified is housing our workforce. We have 4 goals outlined under that priority. The goal number 1 is policy. Update land use documents to ensure they provide objective standards as required by state law, while maintaining maximum town discretion, and create conditions to increase the supply and diversity of workforce housing. This really speaks to our general plan update. You're going to see a very similar theme in goal number 1 across all of the council priorities for the most part. The general plan update is a substantial amount of work that staff is working on. It's a huge lift. We're excited for the general plan update, but do need to acknowledge the amount of time it takes to complete that process. Goal number 2 is collaborate with regional and state federal partners to develop policies, funding strategies, and approaches to increase housing for local workforce. Goal number 3 is implement programs to increase the production and creation of housing for the local workforce. And goal number 5 is to steward and preserve existing affordable and deed-restricted housing. So those are the 4 broad goals under this priority for council. As I mentioned, we've identified specific tasks and subtasks in the spreadsheet that were provided in attachment 2, and we can pause and have a conversation about those at this point, if that works for the council.
Yeah, these are each of these priorities are very broad, as we identified during the retreat, and so they do encompass a lot of different activities, as we can see by the work plans and all the subtasks. So again, I too will remind everybody that we are at a policy level here, and Jen has offered to work with us individually if we've got specific changes or wording. And what will happen then is at the next quarterly update, we will all get to see those and make sure that we're comfortable with any changes that are being recommended as well. So policy level questions, we'll go through our same rotation. So Councilmember Romack, do you have any questions?
Kind of a quick question, clarification. I know at our workshop, the discussion around workforce housing and ensuring we have housing available at all levels, from low income up to above median income. So I just wanted to confirm that when we say workforce, we are looking at that broad spectrum and not anywhere specific stopping or anything. Correct, Jen?
That's correct. And I'm sorry, I should have said we do have the entire town team or the leads on these work plan items available for questions. So Shauna and I believe Erica, Hillary, I see Jenna there. A number of staff are in the queue, so we can call on staff if we need to. The language on the work plan, kind of in small print, reads, work plan serves the local workforce, including affordable workforce earning 80% AMI and below, including previously homeless, and moderate, which is workforce earning between 81% to 120% of AMI, and above moderate, which is workforce earning up to 150% AMI. We're still gathering some information as to what the high end of that would be, but Shauna and Jenna, if you'd like to clarify your understanding or interpretation, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, I'll jump in actually. Okay. Just this is really a reflection of the general plan that it is our duty as your planners and your staff to look at the entire community. So that's all incomes and all household types, which means a variety of housing styles and levels of affordability.
Thank you. That is my only question. I'm very excited about all the tasks and items, and I know the housing staff will be very busy.
Councilmember Zabriskie, do you have any questions for staff on our priority for housing, workforce housing?
Could we go back to the last slide? The one that had the 5 goals on it?
This one?
No, it's within the housing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, okay. 4. This is just housekeeping. Scrivener's question. I didn't see goal 4 in the attachment to the staff report. I have as goal 4, implement programs to increase energy efficient housing.
Are you asking if it's part of one of the work plans on the spreadsheet?
Yeah, I didn't see goal 4, steward and preserve existing affordable and deed restricted housing.
I'm seeing it on page 78 of our staff report. Why don't we give you a minute to look at that, Councilmember Zabriskie, and in the meantime, Councilmember Paul.
Okay, that's weird. I'm on page 78 and that's really weird. Okay, within that context, I'm glad it's on someone's page 78. And I guess it's on most everyone else's page 78. On the workforce housing, I posed a question on the mobile homes, and that was an example of preserving housing. I just wanted to make sure preserving existing affordable housing, I'm using a small a now, is part of the work plan?
Yes.
Okay. And then just briefly on the mobile home issue, the council and staff have spent a lot of time on preserving mobile homes through several housing elements. We already have a good sense of them. Is that correct?
I will say that we have policies that are in our housing element that we've carried forward and we've added to, but we haven't taken that in-depth look at whether creating a new zoning designation or rent control or whatever it is the right answer. And so in our current housing element, that's one of the tasks that we have to take on, which is partly why when we wrote it in the work program that we have, review current affordable housing policies, potential updates. That also includes for us to go back in and look at those policies that we have already and how we're implementing those so that we can get to that issue of, preserving existing housing stock. Because it's not just mobile home parks. We have a lot of historic buildings that are in desperate need of some sort of assistance. So, that's another option that we've looked at too within this program.
We have the cottages behind Bank of the West, and then we have some old buildings in downtown. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of different houses out there. I mean, that even includes, some of the older homes in Glenshire that have been there. There's a lot of older homes at Donner Lake. So that's kind of an umbrella topic for us to look at.
Those are all the questions I have on housing.
Thank you. Councilmember Paula V., do you have any questions on housing?
No further questions. Thank you, Mayor Klofstad.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Henderson, do you have any questions on housing?
Just a clarifying question across the board on target dates. Is that the date by which the work item will be completed?
Yes, that's correct. That's the target in which we would try to complete, and then we would provide updates during our quarterly updates to council if we need to move those target dates or if we've accomplished them beforehand.
Thank you.
And just one quick one on top of that, Mayor Klofstad. I noticed the dates in the work plan are not necessarily aligned with our fiscal dates. Is that also just clarifying on that one? Like 2022 is calendar year 2022, for example?
That's a good question. Where they do align, we did try to acknowledge FY 21-22 or 22-23. However, we weren't tying ourselves to fiscal year because some of these we already have in the works in terms of moving forward. So we offered, some dates of December 2021, for example, depending on when we realistically thought we could achieve and complete the priority or the task.
Great, thanks.
And I'm going to venture to say that, this was a lot of work to put all of this together, so it's still very, very general, very skeleton-ish. And as we come up upon our first quarterly review, you might have some more refinements to some of those dates, some of the task assignments, things like that.
Yeah, I think this is, it's fair to say this will be an evolving document through the next 2 years, particularly with respect to the bike rack and how those might move in or out of the work plan, and other items might move in or out of the work plan. But we will provide updates. What we will do during the quarterly reports is highlight those that should have been completed or were scheduled to be worked on during the next period, and let you know where we are with the progress on those. And then there would be an opportunity to ask other questions, of course, on other task items, but we wouldn't spend a lot of time on items that we don't propose to complete until 22-23, for example. Some of those we wouldn't expect to be starting until sometime in 22-23.
That is a great clarifier because, clearly you're not starting all of these right now.
Right.
And so you'll be starting the ones that you think are critical for the current timing, and ones, can you give us an example that might start in 6 months or a year from now?
So under the priority of community communication and community cohesion, we discuss and have a lot of task items around translation and providing translated materials. We have an immediate plan to provide more translated materials than are already presented, such as council agenda items. However, we know that just providing that and making it available doesn't mean it's useful for the community. So we need to do a lot of outreach to our second language community and our Latinx community and understand what's really going to be useful and beneficial to them in terms of engaging in local government. So we've offered or suggested that we will expand our contract services for translation in this coming year, and then in year 2, 22-23, explore and look at if it's necessary to have an in-house translator to provide more and more immediate translation for our materials and for questions communication. But we think we need to feed that relationship and develop that relationship first.
And I think there's probably quite a few of those on there. So that's great clarifier. Thank you. That's all the questions I have on housing. Are we ready to move on to priority number 2? And we will come back for deliberation and we can talk more about these, but right now we're just in the question phase, just to remind everybody as well.
Yes. So the next priority identified was related to climate action and sustainability. We have 10 goals highlighted under that priority with subtasks beneath each goal. The first goal is to adopt climate action element as part of the 2040 general plan to reflect progress to date and prioritize focus areas for the next 3 years. You'll see that there's striked out language there and additive language in red. That came in as a recommendation and suggestion from one of the council members in advance. So we provided that on the screen for council to consider in the discussion. Goal number 2 is preservation of Donner Lake. Goal number 3 is waste reduction efforts. Goal number 4, incorporate sustainable practices into town policy and operations. Goal 5, explore bike, micromobility, and microtransit feasibility options. Goal 6 is to support connectivity through infrastructure development that promotes alternative forms of transportation. Goal 7, community incentive programs for sustainable practices. Goal 8, litter recycling, green waste, and compost programs. Goal 9, sustainable communities certification. And lastly, Goal 10, establish and maintain regional community partnerships. And I did want to point out that the council priorities, while they're broad, they often cross over in many areas. So many of the task items and goals we've identified under each priority really are interconnected with another priority or have components that are. And a good example would be Goal 6 here that's highlighted, support connectivity through infrastructure development that promotes alternative forms of transportation. There's another council goal that speaks specifically to infrastructure and connectivity. So there is a lot of crossover, and I just want to acknowledge that it may not be listed under each priority area, although they are related in many ways.
That is an excellent point, because we've received some robust public comment about a bike share program, and maybe we'll take council questions and then pause to receive those public comments. So, Councilmember Romack, do you have questions for the climate action and sustainability priority?
Yes, and thank you, Jen, because I was going to actually ask about, how were some of these priorities or goals put into the different categories, since some of them overlap. So I appreciate you mentioning that. When staff comes back and presents quarterly, even if they're not listed under, sustainability and housing, would you be able to at least touch on this meets priority 1 and 2 or something like that? Just because I think it's great to acknowledge how all of these goals and priorities are intertwined. So would you be able to kind of tie them together more when you present us with updates?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and it is important to keep that in context of all the different goals that these action items cover and relate to. So we can look at adding an additional column or somehow referencing and cross-referencing all the priorities that these individual items connect to. And also, we hope to add that to council reports as well as we bring items forward. Very simple, not a lot of explanation, but kind of a check mark. This is a priority, this is the climate action priority, this is the connectivity priority. Identify as these items are brought forward, which areas we're touching base with.
As in on the staff reports?
Yes.
Okay, that will be immensely helpful. Okay. Other questions, Councilmember Romack?
One other question, and as you mentioned, Mayor Klogstad, we've gotten some questions about the bike program, and just kind of on the verb we used in that goal, how explore, bike share, microtransit, and micromobility. Is that something where if we explore it and we found it's time to implement it, we could kind of change the verbiage so we're moving forward in the process and not just staying in the exploratory stage?
Yep, I'm going to start out with that, and then I'll ask Hillary or Danielle to jump in with any other thoughts they might want to add. But we do have a pretty broad language with that goal. It's really explore the feasibility of the program, and we would need to be looking at policies that we would want to have in place to provide such a service. I think the public comment that came in was more focused than that. But before we start, if the idea is the town to take on such a program, we need to think of policies and locations that would be suitable for that. And that's what we're proposing in this work plan item. So as we bring back the results of that study and analysis and suggested policies, perhaps, if that's the route that feels appropriate, then it would be council discussion if we need to expand into another stage of that work plan item, which would then be followed by, okay, but that means we'll delay something else on the work plan, and are we okay with that? Danielle or Hillary, would you like to offer anything else?
I think the only thing that I would add is that, the exploration part's helpful because it will steer our conversation and what sort of code changes we might need to do, because we know that our development code never anticipated bike share programs. And so that's an area where we'd want to look and see where there's opportunity for us to incorporate that if that's the direction that council goes. So that is a separate task that we would add on once we've done the exploration.
Yeah, adding to that one for the bike share in particular, the first step is to do the exploration, create sort of the framework and the policies that allow that type of a program to move forward. And then that could be the stopping point, and the town could say, we have a framework. If there's somebody out there who's interested in creating such a program or in funding such a program, or the council could choose to then go a step further and say, we are going to take steps further to have the town itself help implement this type of a program. So those would be some of the conversations that would happen as next steps as we develop or look at the feasibility.
Thank you. Okay. That is all. Those are all my questions on this topic priority.
Councilmember Zabriskie, on the subject of greenhouse gas emissions, what do you have?
Keep Truckee Green Group have an expanded role over what it's been involved in the past under the work plan?
Yes, and this conversation feeds really well into our upcoming budget session on March 31st, and that's where you will hear as a council our general direction with the budget and how we plan to fund and move these items forward on a fiscal side. But we do think that the Keep Truckee Green program has a really good brand and is well recognized in the community. So we would be proposing to expand that brand into the sustainability realm versus just the solid waste component that it's been focused on. Our previous position that was allocated to half-time support sustainability initiatives, that was in the planning department and the community development department. We're proposing to have all of climate action, sustainability, and solid waste in the Keep Truckee Green program with a full-time staff person dedicated to the sustainability component.
And then this also plays into a point you just made about how in many ways these priorities are integrated, and you see the Keep Truckee Green Group is serving in part to try and make sure the left hand knows what the right hand's doing, and we have that kind of integration in achieving mutual priorities through common actions.
That's correct.
One of my big concerns is the extent to which we have internal expertise on reducing greenhouse gases, and I think particularly in terms of energy efficiency within buildings. As we're adding staff, I guess 3.5 full-time equivalents across the board between housing and the climate action sustainability priority. Do you anticipate any of the work being carried out by hires that have more expertise in the technology or chemistry and physics of reducing greenhouse gases in buildings?
We have, in the task items, there's 2 specific items that speak to consulting services. We're proposing consulting services to help with REACH code evaluations. I believe that's $50,000 is what is in the budget, or the proposed budget at this point. And then I think it's item 10.1 or 1011, in which we have a proposal for consulting services to support general sustainability and greenhouse gas reductions. We have not identified the consultant for that yet. We were looking at about $25,000 in technical support.
And in terms of any internal expertise, is the town looking at for any kind of hires or training to develop related experience within our staff?
So our previous organizational chart that included half-time support from Nick Martin, that was, again, meant to be planning support as well. Nick happened to have an expertise or knowledge in sustainability. We're looking at adding a technician level position focused on sustainability with some background in sustainability. So we would do likely an internal recruitment first and gauge interest, followed by an external recruitment if there is no interest or qualified staff.
I notice you're referring to sustainability, which encompasses waste reduction efforts. And what I'm interested in terms of looking for a sustainability person, are we also looking for expertise in reduction of greenhouse gases?
Ideally, yes. And that's also why we have included the contract services support. If we don't get, a high level of expertise in that area, we acknowledge we will likely need some outside support in that realm.
Under task 1, and thank you for including that language that comes from me. Under task 1, you had a target date. We have a target date of 2022-23. We're working on the climate action now, right? The 2022/23 refers to adopting the plan within that time period.
Yes, so the climate action element, and Danielle, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, the climate action element will be part of the general plan update, which is on target for July of 2022 at this point, which is the 22-23 fiscal year.
So it's not going to be adopted in 2023. It is that fiscal year, just for that clarity.
That's correct. If we stay on target as we are planning to do.
As we have every intention to do. Additional questions, Councilmember Zabriskie? Is that a no?
That is a no. No questions right now. I'm done for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Pallavi.
My only question, because I can't read it, is can somebody read that text that was amended in red? Because it's really blurry, at least on my screen.
Sure. So I'm going to read it as it's proposed with the changes. Adopt climate action element as part of the 2040 general plan to achieve compliance with state and local GHG reduction goals and to streamline permitting process under CEQA.
And so why don't we pause right now, and can I just have a shaking of a head yes, that if everybody agrees with that amendment, or raise your hand and start talking if you don't. Okay, I think it's an appropriate adjustment that really hones in on what our focus is, which is the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. That is the ultimate goal here. Okay.
Sort of from a policy direction, and I don't know where we want to have this conversation, but is the end all be all reduction in greenhouse gases, or is this a balancing act? And where are we recognizing the balance between an end all be all GHG reduction strategy versus a cost analysis on some of this stuff? And where does that fall, so that we can have sort of more robust discussion, sort of how we did on the solar panels is kind of the reminder that brings to me, right? Like, sure, if we wanted to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as soon as humanly possible, that might have been a great project. But upon further reflection and cost benefit analysis, we ended up not approving something like that. So I'm wondering if the language in here from a policy level reflects a balance, or if it reflects sort of a bottom or an end game. And that might be a question that we take to deliberation. I'm not sure I don't know.
Well, I think we've acknowledged in the council question. Sorry, Councilmember Zabriskie, I'll let you weigh in just a second here. I think we acknowledged in the answers to several of the questions, and it's clear in the work plan that we've used some broad language such as feasibility, explore, consider. It's incumbent on us as staff when we bring forward items to offer that analysis. What is the benefit in terms of greenhouse gas reduction versus the cost? Similar, I think that's a great example. I remember watching the discussion on the solar panels. It's similar to that discussion, and then it's up to council to go from there. As staff, we would be recommending making financial commitments to items that make sense from a reduction standpoint and have a real impact. But, council will have that discussion as we bring those items forward.
I think that's a great question to pose, Councilmember Pallavi, and definitely something that we will be looking at as these projects come to us individually.
Okay, so there's an acknowledgement that there is going to be a balance. There's going to be additional conversations as all of this plays out, and the language, staff believes language reflects that, I guess, is the confirmation that I was looking for. So thank you.
Yeah, and ultimately, it's the vote of the five of us in concluding whether or not that is what is best for our community.
Great. No further questions, Mayor Klostad.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie, looked like you wanted to jump in there with something.
Thank you. Yes, my thoughts on this are the town and state have set climate goals that are essentially the same, and the state is imposing a number of measures through state legislation to reduce greenhouse gases, and our staff has shown what the gap is between what state legislation can accomplish and what is being left to local jurisdictions. And so I look at it as we are trying to accomplish our fair share, our proportionate share of the greenhouse gas reductions. And whether we succeed or not in terms of accomplishing our share of the reductions depends on the specifics and details that come. And that's where the rubber hits the road. That's where the balancing is going to occur. So anyway, that's my perspective on it. The hard part is yet to come.
Indeed. Thank you. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Henderson, do you have any questions on the climate and sustainability item?
I have just one. I want to thank Jen and staff. It's incredible to see all of the goals within this specific priority. And I'm just curious, how are all of the different line items in the work plan for this prioritized? Obviously some, like the legacy trail extension, that's kind of in progress. So I understand the timeline there, but in terms of, urgent, near, long-term, were there specific criteria you all were balancing to figure out which ones fell this year, next year, et cetera?
Well, we started with our CIP projects and those that were in the existing budget, especially in the out years. Now would be a good time to know if those are no longer priorities or if there's something that takes a higher priority in the minds of the council, or should be elevated to a higher priority, I should say. I'm sorry. So we started with those and acknowledged those and have identified those by the CIP numbers. Following that, we sat through, and it's a combination of what department is leading this mission, what is their existing workload from core services versus other priorities in a different area, and really thought hard about what is an achievable time frame. So I can't say there was a specific methodology other than really looking through if community development is in charge of this specific item, they already have 4 others in another area that are probably, from a process standpoint, would come first. And so that we adjusted timelines based on that.
Great, thank you. And one other question, and this is sort of work plan wide, I guess, if you will, is I know you've mentioned a few times that this is really stretching our staff. And I think when we had our council goal setting session, we want to stretch, we want to aim for these high goals. And I just want to check in with you, and it still feels realistic and achievable for staff. I want people to be inspired and excited about this work, and not have it be just, crushing morale. So I just wanted to check in with you on that. Take your temperature.
Yep, I think, we mentioned this several times in the staff report. I mentioned this early in the presentation. We are stretching capacity. Having said that, I think it's good to have high goals and be ambitious, but the quarterly updates are really a chance for us to check in with council and acknowledge if we just can't complete something, given the time frame we've provided. Other issues that have come up is we have staffing turnover or challenges hiring staff in areas. If COVID lasts longer, if something were to happen along that front and we regressed back, and another emergency, there's a lot of unknowns that could happen. And so those quarterly updates are going to be a good pulse point for us as staff and you as a council and the community to say, we were overly optimistic here. We need to reevaluate. This item doesn't make sense anymore. There's a variety of conversations that'll happen during those updates.
Great. Thank you, Jen.
Okay, thank you. And I want to also just thank staff, as is probably no surprise to anybody. I had extensive questions ahead of time about this particular priority and the tasks that were assigned to it. It is a comprehensive list of tasks, and I had lots of questions that staff did a great job responding to and answering. I would just want to double back on a couple of them. One being the Councilmember Zabriskie, oh, he's gone, alluded to about staff expertise. And just want to make sure that we're going to look at, I know we have multiple facilities, and kind of look at that next level of efficiency measures. And if that requires a consultant to support us with that, or working with the PUD, is that part of the program here?
We have a number of line items or task items that refer to partnerships with a variety of agencies, from PUD, Sierra Business Council. We're exploring the idea of the Sierra Nevada Alliance. We haven't taken any partnerships off the table in terms of analyzing what's the best fit to help move whatever specific item forward that we're looking at that time.
So you answered my question with what I was going to suggest, which was those agencies specifically. So thank you. And then we have an incentive program for our employees to do alternative transportation. And I was asking if we were going to reevaluate this, because or at least do an accounting of how effective is that at inspiring alternative transportation modes.
Yeah, I think we can certainly provide information as to the number of employees that take advantage of the existing incentive program that's in place. We can also engage in a conversation with our sustainability committee, which is our internal committee that's cross-departmental, on possible other sustainability initiatives that would encourage different transportation options, carpooling, alternative transit. I would look to the employees to provide us with feedback that would be most beneficial to them, and they would be most likely to take advantage of.
That would be great. We would like to find a way to make it beneficial for all. that's all of my questions on this one for now. Do we want to take a 5-minute break before we go on to the next priority?
Seeing heads nod on the screen.
Okay, so we will adjourn until 7 p.m. Okay, we are coming back to order, so turn your cameras on. Here we are. Everybody's still chewing. We were just talking about that, how you're all on camera still while we're listening to the presentation. Okay, so we're continuing on item 7.1, which is discussion and approval of the 2021-23 council priorities and work plan. We are on priority number 3, communications and community cohesion.
Yes, thank you. So under the communications and community cohesion priority, we have 5 identified goals. The first is to implement enhancements to the town's website that improves ease of access to information, increase engagement, and establishes an ongoing maintenance plan. Goal number 2 is continue to improve relationships among residents, town council, town staff, and local media with the expansion of communication methods and engagement. Goal 3 is to implement tools for obtaining public feedback. Goal 4 is townwide communication plan and policy. And our last goal, the 5th goal, is regional partnerships. This is really a elaboration of the prior year's goal and priority of the council to create raving fans. It's been expanded upon, and it's a more comprehensive look at the townwide communication approach, from providing translated services to reaching all segments of our communities, those that are engaged already, those that are somewhat engaged, and those that we want to try to engage more, with some consistency across all the departments in the town. So we are proposing as one of the work items to expand our public information officer to a full-time position, and she will help develop some of those communication plans and policies, our social media engagement, and really amplifying that and bringing it to the next level in the next 2 years.
So, Councilmember Romack, do you have questions on the communications and community cohesion priority?
I do have a question stemming from the public comment we got, related to the homeless shelter services right now at the Veterans Hall. Because I know one of the items in the work plan was to explore partnerships with Sierra Community House to establish homeless outreach team, but that's not slated till fiscal year 21-22. I guess, is that related to any work staff might be doing to look at other opportunities to serve our homeless population related to what some folks brought up earlier, or this would be a totally different issue and staff are working on other things related to that now?
So that specific item that you're referring to, Councilmember Romack, is led by our police department and our PIO, but really the concept, and Chief Billingsley can jump in here if he wishes, but the concept is to establish a homeless outreach effort in which we have identified trained staff on each of our shifts that could be available to respond to a homeless call, that would have, the experience in interacting and communicating, know our homeless population, and be skilled in that response. And I think that comments that we received and will hear tonight in public comment are different from that approach. We want to connect with our homeless community. We want to address the housing concern with that. We've been looking at that from identifying and looking at potential sites in the town that would be appropriate for permanent use. We don't have that site identified at this point. The concept of expanding the use permit at the Vets Hall, or the temporary permit at the Vets Hall, involves zoning, community conversations, community outreach, all of which didn't happen under the temporary order for obvious reasons. It was an emergency. So that would be a significant lift and a time commitment that we'd want to acknowledge and exchange out a different priority in return for that. I'm sure Danielle can elaborate if we want to have that conversation now, and Chief Billingsley, if you want to correct me on the homeless outreach that you were addressing in that task, feel free.
No, definitely. Thank you. I wanted to basically say the the homeless outreach team that we're looking at developing is going to involve at least one person per shift who we've identified as someone who basically would give us 24/7 coverage to deal with specific homeless challenges that we encounter on a daily basis throughout the patrol operations, but also to coordinate with our regional partners at mental health, behavioral health, Sierra Community House to create more of a team collaborative approach so that when we have a one-off, I mean, realistically, the police department's not going to solve the homeless situation, but if we can collaborate with our community partners to find different ways to attack different problems, because we believe each and every homeless person, especially the ones in the chronic situation, are really a unique opportunity to find a solution for that person. So, for example, one might be they have family out of state that they just have gotten out of touch with or fallen out of grace with, and we want to basically get those people back in touch with family to reconnect and maybe even help get them back with people who can support their potential substance abuse problems or whatever that might be. Another one might be someone who has a mental health problem and getting them in the right mental health court program, and maybe even through a directive through the Superior Court, through some kind of I wouldn't say forced, but some kind of counseling that they can go to based on repeat offender behavior. Things of that, like Laura's Law, so to speak, that's heavily used in Western Nevada County. So each and every situation is going to be different, but we want to have specialized officers who can basically at a moment's notice contact a resource if they feel like there's a need, and connect that person with those resources when available.
Thank you, Chief Billingsley. I appreciate that background and sounds like a great program. That's my only question on this item.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie, do you have any questions on this item?
No questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Pallavi. And Vice Mayor Henderson, do you have any questions?
I have just one question. Item, I think it was task 1.4, explore integration of virtual town hall services into the website. I was just curious what we were thinking about related to that. And if you could maybe just expand on it a little bit from what's in the work plan.
Sure. I'm going to ask our town clerk to expand on that. She has some more detail that I think would be helpful for the council to understand.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Courtney. We have opportunities that we've learned a lot about during COVID, the ability to conduct a lot of business from a website as opposed to coming into town hall or driving into town hall. It kind of addresses sustainability as well as customer service, being able to have a little more front-facing forms and processes that the public can use to complete tasks like permitting and that type of thing without having to come into town hall.
Thanks, Judy. I love that. I really appreciate it. It's customer service, sustainability, also efficiency for our staff. So I'm really excited to hear that's what you were thinking about related to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and so I actually have some kind of follow-up questions to that, Judy. 3.1 seems to relate to that assess, implement of town survey tool. Is that to get that public-facing feedback for how to craft these things?
I think the feedback tool is a little separate from the virtual town hall. Virtual town hall, I think, is more focused on our services. And I think the surveys are really more focused on getting information and feedback from our community on things they want, things they need, decisions you might be facing, their preferences, that type of information.
Okay. And then 3.6, council chambers CIP, so that's TV replacement, sudden link loop. That's mainly because we're doing this all the time now?
Well, part of it is and part of it isn't. We've been upgrading the council chambers AV equipment for some time now. Over the last few years, our feeds have improved significantly over about 5 years ago. What we have noticed is this TV on the left is in failure. and that we'd like to replace it, and we can no longer get these TVs. So we were discussing the replacement of both and the transfer of the other TV to another position in Town Hall to operate.
Okay.
The Suddenlink loop is being assisted by TTC TV, not necessarily Truckee Media, but TTC TV is a nonprofit that is a funding source and supports the television station. And it's in an effort to do a couple of things: improve the quality of the feed on Suddenlink, as well as our ability to utilize some of that fiber for emergency purposes and other things, and have backups around town. And it will also improve the quality of the feed that you see on the television and increase it to an HD format.
I think that would be welcome for a lot of our regular watchers now. I have a feeling they will stay at home watching rather than come here more often than not. And then last 3.7, new interactive public engagement software. These all seem to be very related. What is that one specifically?
Yes, I think Danielle can best address that in terms of breakout rooms for meetings and interactive software that was similar to Innovate Gateway. And how
where
those,
we get to vote?
Yes, and you do the breakout rooms, and they're able to do that in a public forum. Danielle, anything you'd like to add?
No, that's exactly what it is. So the one that we used in Innovate Gateway is called Mural, but there's another one that we're going to test with the general plan called Conveo. So we don't currently own subscriptions to those. So we want to be able to access those in the event that we are going to be using this platform in other ways in the future.
Okay, so as participants, we're still participating via Zoom, but it's a software overlay.
Correct.
On these. Great. Okay, and then last question. What is a one-day public budget academy?
Great question. That's a chance for our admin services team, particularly our finance department, to offer a session with the general public that would be interested in understanding town budgeting.
And what we spend our money on.
What we spend our money on.
What we spend their money on.
The funding sources, how we receive our revenues.
And grant funding, the whole spectrum.
Correct.
Awesome. I like it. That's it for questions on communications and community cohesion, unless there's any others that I see. No. Okay, great.
Not seeing any, we'll go on to our next priority area, which is infrastructure and community connectivity. We have 7 goals identified under this priority to update the general plan. Again, we see that item to ensure objective standards are provided as required by state law while maintaining maximum town discretion. Goal number 2 is to support Friends of the Library in the new library project. Goal 3 is to support connectivity through infrastructure development that promotes alternative forms of transportation. Goal 4 is to support town infrastructure and facilities in being energy efficient. Again, some crossover with our previous priority of sustainability and climate action. Goal 5, regional partnerships. Goal 6, downtown infrastructure, and Goal 7, public transit operations. We've highlighted many of the CIPs that were existing that fall under this category, and just as a reminder, if any of those are no longer priorities of the council, it would be a good opportunity to acknowledge that now as we move into the budget process.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Romack. What questions do you have on infrastructure and community connectivity?
So I have a question, and I could have asked this probably on any of the previous priorities, relates to regional partnerships. Because in each category, we're calling out regional partnerships, which is great, but I know there's a lot more out there than maybe we're calling out. For example, on public transit, as you discussed earlier, Jen, there's going to be connection between Truckee and Squaw and North Star, so connecting with Placer County TART, and I know staff already does all that and works hard. Is there any reason to call out any additional regional partnerships in any of these categories? Or if staff is already kind of working on all of those things, there's no reason to add those?
I don't believe there's a reason to add those, because I think our intention is clear that if there's a partnership opportunity that makes sense, we would bring that forward. Dan's on, and he can elaborate on the transit side if he thinks there should be more clarity or would suggest more clarity around that.
No, you handled it perfectly, Jen.
I think probably in general, there could be a catch-all phrase saying, and additional partners as identified through the process.
That language would be fine.
Other questions?
No, that's my only question. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Zabriskie.
No questions.
Councilmember Pallavi.
It's a slight question. It's a slight response to a little bit of what Jen keeps saying, as in some of the CIP projects and things like that. And I think I hear exactly what Jen's saying, like, hey, we need to know we're having budget meetings next week. It's sort of challenging. If I was a new council member, I'd be pretty intimidated by that list of CIP projects, particularly from Dan and how all of it works together and sort of fits together and some of the history behind them. So I'm just not sure we want to go down that path specifically tonight of picking off specific CIP projects. But, I don't have any questions. I just see opportunity to maybe get sort of distracted prior to the time when we need to do that on the budget process. So I think that was more of a statement. I apologize. But I sort of feel for the new council members being put on the spot here in terms of, hey, here's a whole bunch of CIP projects. We need to know your opinion right now. So I would just maybe push back a tiny bit on that one.
I think that's really important commentary that we probably could have covered from at the very beginning, that through the budget process, Dan and his team will bring us through each of these CIPs at a pretty high level. And so we do have an opportunity at that time to be able to say, well, maybe this isn't the top priority for the next 6 to 12 months. Maybe it could happen in another year. I appreciate if there was something that was really clear and easy for us to nix, now would be the time, so you're not developing it in the budget. But that is a complicated question, especially given all the other information that we're reviewing tonight. So I echo your opinion on that, Councilmember Pallavi.
I think.
Thanks, I don't have any further questions, so I apologize that Jen, and I apologize for even bringing that up in this right now in this format, but it sort of kept sticking with me as like, oh my gosh, these guys haven't even seen a budget yet. How the heck are they going to make decisions based on that? So.
I think just to give a little bit of context too, we call in our retreat, when we did that overview of where are we today, we had a plethora of bubbles on a variety of screens of all the projects that are either planned or in process. And it was pointed out in the conversation following that, when you were discussing and identifying what your priorities were, a lot of those projects fell under a council identified priority. So we did make an effort to put them under the priorities and acknowledge that. Previously, some of these capital projects were identified more specifically, an emphasis on our downtown and wanting to grow the downtown and celebrate the downtown and recognizing the importance of that to Truckee. So we've kept those projects in the plan under the infrastructure and connectivity priority. So general guidance that maybe this isn't an emphasis right now is helpful. You will have an opportunity to review it in the budget study sessions that are upcoming. What we want to avoid is spending a significant amount of staff time or money moving forward a project that may not be a priority at this time.
And I think that that makes a lot of sense, because as Dan pointed out astutely in the very beginning of our priority setting, that we did not put on our wish list the improvements in the downtown corridor. And yet we have some CIPs here that are very specifically related to that, and they are currently unfunded. So that's the type of project that we could discuss when we get into the discussion level.
Correct.
Okay. Just to plant a seed for everybody out there.
Dan, do you have anything you want to add to that conversation?
I think it was a good conversation. I think that focusing it in the budget discussions where you've got a little more time makes a lot of sense. At a high level, I'd say there's kind of three categories as it relates to projects that are occurring. You got one category, which are projects that are supposed to get built this summer, where we're getting ready to commit multiple millions of dollars to priorities and they're not priorities that I made up. They're priorities that came out of the Truckee Downtown Specific Plan, out of the General Plan, out of the Riverfront Revitalization Plan. So that was the genesis, and then kind of the engineering department is the messenger or kind of the intermediary between that high-level policy goal and implementation. So those types of projects, you may have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars already invested, plus maybe and multiple thousands of hours of staff time to getting those ready to move forward. So that would be a major departure to take something that's ready to go to construction and say, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. It'd be a big deal in terms of the amount of investment that you're setting aside. There's another category of projects, which are things that we're working on, but that aren't going to go to construction this year, where the amount of sunk investment by sidelining those projects is significantly less. And then there's a third category, which I would suggest is the one that the council should focus most heavily on, which are new projects that you want to bring into the CIP. So each year, usually we've got a little bit of flexibility to bring a new project or two or three into the work program. And strategizing, do you want that to be a sidewalk in one part of town? Do you want that money to go to transit? Do you want that money to go to housing? I think that's where you as a council, as the newly elected council, can have the most influence without necessarily sidetracking significant investment from years past. So, I think that's from my perspective, I think that could be a helpful way to think about capital project prioritization when we get into the budget process.
And again, just for further seed planting, I think some good examples of that are right up on our spreadsheet. Item 3.8, Church Street Extension Trout Creek Project. That's funded. We've been working on that for years, $3.3 million. Suddenly saying we're not going to do that this summer would be a huge diversion from that plan. Versus the other end of the spectrum, the 3.16 Jaboom Street Sidewalk Feasibility Study. It's currently unfunded, and it's planned to continue to develop that feasibility, but the construction would be some years in the future. So those are the bookends. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Okay, we're still on questions for this one, though. And you're done. You don't have any other questions, Pallavi? Right? And Vice Mayor Henderson, do you have any questions on this one?
I don't have any questions. I just appreciate the commentary from Dan. Thank you for that. I think it goes to some of my query earlier of kind of how are we prioritizing some of these things and sort of that short or longer term. So thank you for that.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that really, I don't have any questions. I think really what we'll get into is discussion about if there's any of these that we feel comfortable hitting pause on right now in order to make room for anything else. So with that,
okay,
we'll go on.
So we will move on to our last council identified priority, which is emergency preparedness. We have 5 proposed goals under this priority. For those of you on Zoom and can't see, we do have Bob Womack here in council chambers, so he's available to ask any questions or respond to any questions that you may ask. Our first goal is to update land use documents to ensure they provide objective standards as required by state law while maintaining town discretion. Our second goal is vegetation removal and fuels reduction. The third goal is disaster preparedness and evacuation. Our fourth goal is to establish and maintain regional community partnerships. And our fifth goal and final goal under this priority is emergency communication enhancements. We are proposing to include or ask Bob to unretire and join us back in a full-time capacity for at least 2 years to help move forward this priority of councils, and he has graciously agreed to do so. So we're happy to have him on board or bring him on board full-time. So Bob, thank you for that. He'll be working under the police department and Chief Billingsley in partnership with many of our other departments. But if there's any specific questions on this priority area, Bob or staff can help answer those.
Thank you, Jen. And thank you, Bob, for not just being here and wading through all of this with us tonight, but for coming back full time. This is such a critical, pivotal point in our community, and we are so fortunate to have your expertise in this area. So with that, Councilmember Romack, do you have any questions for staff on this item?
Nope, I do not.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yes, I have a question on the first item. It's update land use documents to ensure objective standards. There are wildfire mitigation land use recommendations, things like clustering development, which is already very much part of our existing general plan. There's about taking advantage of natural barriers to at the interface between development and natural lands. Does this task 1 encompass consideration of those kinds of land use recommendations?
It may, and Jenna, you can jump in. I mean, the primary objective really is for multifamily for us to create objective design standards because our design guidelines are not enforceable anymore. So as part of that, we have just general development standards that we can look at for how to place buildings on properties, creating fuel clearing areas, things like that. So we are scoped to have our consultant do that work with us and see what kind of recommendations they come up with, but it's primarily for multifamily projects.
Okay, so broader land use issues related to reducing the risk of wildfires or the damage caused by them. That's more in the general plan update.
Yeah, and I could foresee us adding additional policies within the general plan that talk about future actions that we want to take too.
Is that all? Okay, Councilmember Pallavi.
No additional questions, Mayor Klofstad. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Henderson.
Thank you. I have 2. Item 2.2 is to explore potential partnership, and I'm just making sure that's partnerships. So for example, maybe with the PUD or the Loyalton facility, just a minor point of clarification.
Yes, we'll add an S onto there. That's a good catch.
Great, thank you. And then for item 5.1, establish a communications plan for emergencies. Bob, I would love to just hear a little bit more about kind of what you're envisioning for that.
I think that's one of those things that we're going to have to spend some time looking at a couple of different things. The first is what the infrastructure will support. And then how do we, once we know what the infrastructure will support, how do we best plan when we're trying to do notices and warnings alerts to the public so that we're getting them out in as many channels as we can that is feasible within our infrastructure that we have here in this town.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it really links up with some of our infrastructure discussions. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, physical infrastructure as well as technology infrastructure for sure. Yeah, Bob, I just a comment. I just want to say thank you because I could see your fingerprints all over a whole portion of these tasks, and I'm excited to see what you have planned for this. I'm assuming because there's a lot of FEMA training here. Is that something, do we have to pay for that, or do they come and just do that for us? It seems like a service they should provide.
Depending on what it is, some of it's online, so it's zero cost other than staff time. Some of it is training that I can provide that at the FEMA level. I'm a trainer for FEMA. And some of it would be something where Cal OES or even in partnership with the state of Nevada will come in and train at whatever level we want to train. So there's the cost of training, if we could stay away from sending employees elsewhere, is greatly reduced. And so that would be the goal behind this, is not to be sending people off, but rather bringing that training in-house where there's a greatly reduced cost.
That is fantastic. I did not realize you were a FEMA certified trainer. That's awesome.
Yes.
And so then it really becomes dedicating staff time and prioritizing that time amongst their other duties.
Correct.
Including council members. We're going to get trained too, you know. I see a lot of GIS actually in all of these tasks. I'm realizing I was remiss in not pointing this out previously. Basically every priority has some GIS aspect to it. And after Drew's last presentation on it, I just wanted to touch base on that and see, do we have adequate staff for all the ways that we are going to potentially need that support?
It's a great question. We'll continue to evaluate that. And we did make a very conscious effort to ask all departments and all staff in each division to review the work plan and make suggestions or recommendations on where they felt they could add value and could contribute. Drew provided an extensive list of items he's already working on and items he can work on to support moving these priorities forward. So these all came directly from him. We'll continually evaluate, staffing and time as we move throughout the 2 years of this work plan and bring that forward if we need additional support.
That's fantastic. Okay.
Mayor Klostad, can I ask one more quick question?
Go right ahead, Councilmember Pallavi.
Thank you. I wasn't clear if Councilmember Henderson or you or Bob was able to answer that, but is technology infrastructure, I didn't see it particularly called out in our emergency preparedness, but as the example, when the internet went out from Markleyville all the way up to Loyalton a few weeks ago, most of our systems are rendered useless at that point when phones and internet and everything went out. So I'm just wondering, was that included in that work plan? And maybe I'm just missing it, but.
We were actually writing the work plan at the same time that happened, so I don't think that it necessarily dropped in as clear as it could have. However, to give some sense of security to this, had we needed to do something, I was able to contact Nevada County, and we still would have been able to do emergency messaging through the county platforms. So we did have something in place, just we would have had difficulty with our own systems. But yeah, that is a major portion now of something we're looking at is exactly how do we build that redundancy, and can we? Because it may not be for us to build.
Great. Thanks, Bob. Stoked to have you on board.
That made me think of one other thing. The one thing that I feel maybe we missed, and I know it's mostly the Truckee Fire Department facilitating this, but the FireWise community certification. Is there any support that we could provide for that program? I know there's a lot of small community groups out there trying to make that happen and struggling a bit.
It's certainly something that the fire department's or fire district is taking a lead on, but we are supporting that along with the county in doing different things to try and move that forward. So where that makes sense and where we can support that, we will. It's just a matter of figuring out where exactly that fits within, whether it's our own vegetation management programs that we're doing within the town or something else to make that work for them.
I know the right-of-way fuel reduction program is just a real catapult for those communities that are trying to seek that certification. So that certainly helps. And then I saw on here that doing presentations to homeowners associations and civic groups, so that could be part of that task.
Correct. We're partnering with the fire district. They're doing a training presentation. It takes about an hour, hour and a half Zoom. And I'm a part of that training presentation so that we have about a half hour time that we talk to the different groups about what they need to do, what needs to be taken care of, and preparedness, just the general basics.
Great. I didn't realize that was a Zoom. I'm going to get some more information from you on that and put it in my newsletter. Any other questions from anybody? No? Okay, what's next, Jen?
Okay, moving on.
Oh, you know what? Let's just get one validation from everybody. There was a slight change in the description of this priority to include preparedness. And do any council members have any concerns with that update to our priority verbiage?
I don't have any concerns with that, but I would love, I think that 5th priority, it says like emergency preparedness : and then it lists it out. And I would just love the structure of our goals to all be consistent.
Does that make sense? Because it's not reading that way on the spreadsheet, which is what I'm looking at.
Let me go back if just for a second, and I think I can zoom in here. This is how it's written in the visual. Can you see that better with the zoom in?
Yeah.
So I think Councilmember Henderson, you're referring to this area right here. And this is the only priority area that we tried to elaborate on in terms of scope and thinking of emergency preparedness as a concept. Do you have a suggestion?
Could it be just so they're consistent in their structure across the goals? Could it be enhanced partnership? Oh, do you mind putting it back up for 1 second? It just went away from me.
Oh, that's because you're talking.
Enhanced partnerships and investment for emergency preparedness and wildfire preparedness / mitigation, or something like that.
Enhance. Can you repeat that?
Enhance partnerships and investment for emergency and wildfire preparedness and mitigation.
That works for me.
I think that's fine.
That's the detail-oriented person coming out. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. I did want to, and then while we have that graphic up, are there any questions or concerns about the graphic that was chosen by staff? Any comments or concerns, questions? Yes, Councilmember Romack.
Sorry, Vice Mayor. Just on the reducing greenhouse gas emissions and sustainability, from my computer, it does look like it's showcasing greenhouse gas in the picture. And I just feel like we should not have that if we're trying to reduce it. That's just my opinion. Maybe more trees and less gas. Just a thought.
That's a good thought.
I can support that. Anything else, Councilmember Romack? Vice Mayor Henderson, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I think my only, concern with it is it does sort of connotate some sort of hierarchy. And I know we've said that is not the intention, but it could be perceived by people who don't know that or who are seeing it for the first time as part of our public outreach and when it goes on the website. So that does make me pause a little bit. And it also doesn't show sort of the interconnectedness of our goals. And I don't know if there's an easy way to modify it so that it could show those types of things, but that would be something that definitely stands out for me.
Yeah, we struggled with that the last time, which is why we ended up with a circular set of goals 2 years ago. I'm not sure how graphically that would be represented, but let's keep chatting and see what staff comes back with. Councilmember Pallavi?
I mean, I was just going to echo exactly what you said. I mean, no matter how we shape whatever graphic and icons we come up with, somebody's going to interpret it in a way. You know, I think we talked about the old graphic literally 100 times over the past 2 years, and people didn't like the cloud. They didn't like that it was a circle. It should have been stacked, blah, blah, blah. I just, you know, I don't know how much time and energy to invest. It seems like we've done a great job. And, you know, these are our goals, I think, is what everybody needs to remember at the end of the day. And they're council's goals. It's what we're working towards. And we just have to be honest and true to ourselves when we're looking at them and how we assess them, rather than get into the nitty gritty about colors and everything else. I just think it's going to be interpreted 12 different ways, no matter what graphic you come up with. And as Anna and I got to listen to for 2 years now, there's a problem with every layout, trust me.
I would just like to offer that I think it's important that we have staff support and involvement behind this, and this is what resonates with them as staff and moving these priorities forward. So I think we should take that under consideration in the discussion.
Thank you for that, Jen. I would agree. Yes, Councilmember Zabriskie.
To Vice Mayor Henderson's point, just merging the colors instead of separating the different priorities as blocks suggests some integration. But no, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, and I don't want staff to either.
Great. Okay, so staff's received comments. So next.
Okay, I have 3 slides that would like to conclude with. One is to briefly go over that additional work plan that we laid out, other significant operational or strategic priorities. We have 6 goals under that: update our records management system, implement the public art master plan, implement our sister cities program, visit the visitor center and the transit information plan, sidewalk vending permit process, and our IT upgrades and maintenance. So all of these items are either from an operational perspective important for us to carry out, i.e. our records management system. So we have a very organized, thoughtful system in place where we can easily access our records and materials. The public art master plan and the sister cities program, the visitor center were already conversations and items that were in the works. The sidewalk vending permit process is a state regulation. And of course, we want to stay current on our IT upgrades and maintenance. So we thought it would be helpful to provide these, even though they are not related necessarily to a council identified priority. They're not considered core services or day-to-day operations either in some cases, so wanted to highlight those for the council. Lastly, the concept of the bike rack that we have talked about. There are 6 items in the bike rack: transfer of development rights, welcome to Truckee signage, representation on a county ad hoc subcommittee for race and social justice. It should be racial inequality, and social justice, collaboration with the school district, airport district, TDPUD, and potentially other agencies to form a climate action JPA, a staff person assigned to work with VTT on sustainable tourism efforts, and EV charging station policies. So I'd like to take a moment and talk about these and how they came about and placed in the bike rack. Again, we have really engaged and wonderful community members that are very enthusiastic. There's a lot of different tracks working, and we want to try to have some context to those so that staff isn't ping-ponging around a variety of topics without some clear direction. So Transfer development rights has been discussed at Planning Commission recently. It is not in the work plan. If council wished to prioritize that, we would need to identify some equivalent task item. And when I mean equivalent, I mean in terms of scope and time and commitment with the same staff person or department. So that would be a community development. To offset this and replace it with. Welcome to Truckee signage. There's a great grassroots effort of some volunteers in the community. We encourage that volunteerism. However, if it starts to get to a point where there's staff involvement in a workload item, we'd want council concurrence that that is a priority and identify that in our work plan and what item we're delaying or taking off the work plan. The representation on the ad hoc committee, that was a request that came in a couple weeks ago. This is the first opportunity council has had to discuss it. I think you will find on our community cohesion and communication work plan, we had developed task items that were focused on a broader concept of being an inclusive community and how we can move forward in being an inclusive community that includes racial equality, social justice, but also socioeconomic equality, access to services, housing, and transit. So we wanted to acknowledge this request came in and have consensus among the council as to participation on this or another route. Collaboration with the school district on a JPA for climate action. This literally came up last week, so the bike rick made sense from that perspective. We have a number of items that speak to partnership and collaboration, and we've talked about that already this evening. My recommendation for this item is to consider it part of that partnership task item under our sustainability goal. When we understand more of what's involved in this in terms of time commitment, staff support, monetary support, all the agencies that are potentially interested in how the formation would work, we would bring that back to council to make a decision on that point. So what we'd hope to hear from council tonight is their general support for this direction, or are we not interested in a JPA formation? And that would be sufficient for tonight's conversation. The last goal 5, the Visit Truckee Tahoe board met last week to talk about sustainable tourism efforts. We have a number of items and a identified goal in our climate priority that speaks to being a certified sustainable community, speaks to collaboration with VTT on these efforts. We see a lot of the goals in the subtasks across many of the priorities as helping to lay the groundwork for this certification and to move in this direction in support of VTT. Councilmember Pallavi and Hillary Hobbs sat in on that discussion. They can provide more detail about it, but we have not received a formal request for this item and staff support at this point. And then lastly, a policy around our electric vehicle charging stations as we continue to add more charging stations. We talked not too long ago about adding 3 charging stations at Town Hall. The intention behind that in the proposal in our grant that was accepted was to offer free charging for some period of time. We have committed to the first year. We need to explore how long the town is interested in providing free charging, where we would have those charging stations. So that's an additional bike rack item if council wishes to prioritize that. I'm going to move to my last screen and then we can come back if it's helpful to have this since there's only one more. So recommendations and next steps. Council deliberation, modification if applicable. I know we've captured a few already, so we don't need to repeat those. And approval. Again, reminder, and you've done a great job tonight being at the policy level, so thank you for that. And we're really looking at this as staff's way to have a roadmap that carries your policies forward. We'll have a cleaned up version, a public friendly version on the website once this is approved for the community and the council to reference. Also highlighting in future staff reports, as I mentioned earlier, which priorities are being addressed by those items. It'll be a very simple, like I said, check mark kind of thing, but we do want to acknowledge as we bring items forward which priorities or core service we're addressing with that item. And in some cases, I would expect it to be multiple priorities, because we've talked about the crossover. Keeping track of other areas of interest in the bike rack, and we're hoping that this is really a good tool and mechanism for you as council and us as staff to acknowledge the ambition and the enthusiasm behind a number of different topics, and a good receptacle to place those in for future consideration as time permits. And then our commitment to providing quarterly reports to the council and the public to keep track of our status and see if we're on track or if we need to make adjustments throughout the year. So that's the end of my slides. I'll go back to the bike rack. I suspect there's going to be some conversation around these items, or we can go back to strategic operational priorities as well, if that's helpful.
Okay. So just a reminder, we're going to go through questions for this, and then I believe we have some public comment that we'll get to before we begin deliberations. So with that, Councilmember Romack, do you have questions on these last couple of slides?
Thank you. Can you speak, Jen, or other staff member, a little bit to the Sister Cities program, kind of where we are in that process? It's my understanding maybe we haven't found any interested cities yet, so kind of where are we at in that process?
It's a good question. I see Hillary's logging on. A little bit of background. It looks like she might be having some technical challenges getting logged in and staying online. There you go, Hillary. This was discussed not too long ago when we did the council committee appointments. Staff had recommended at that time that we not pursue the Sister Cities Committee or disband it. There was a discussion about wanting to honor the prior council and the commitment to the Sister City program. There have been challenges in identifying a proper or suitable relationship with a city or partner city, but Hillary has more history and knowledge on that because she's worked on this since inception. So Hillary, if you would like to elaborate.
Sure. The town formed a Sister City Committee about 2.5 years ago and worked for about a year and a half to try to establish a sister city. We reached out to a number of cities. We got very close with one, and it ended up not approving it on their end, and that was shortly before COVID. We essentially have been on hold since COVID hit, so for a little bit over a year, just because this isn't a great time to reach out to other cities. Everyone sort of has their hair on fire and is focused on the immediate emergency and not on that type of a program. We are a member of Sister Cities International, which is a nonprofit that helps, among other things, can help make some matches between cities seeking a sister city and others who may also be seeking them and meet criteria. So we've attempted to work with them. We haven't honestly had very much success. So that's where we're at right now. We've been waiting for them to take action on our behalf for a little bit over a year now. If they do end up coming back to us with some potential matches and contacts, then we have the option of pulling together our committee and sort of starting it back up again. Until that happens, we essentially are in a holding pattern and not doing much with that program.
And Hillary, can you speak a little to what are the benefits to having a sister city, or what's the thought behind it?
Yeah, there are multiple benefits that could come out of this type of a relationship. It really is meant to be sort of a community member to community member partnership between two communities. So you could do things like cultural exchanges with school groups or with adult groups, artists, choruses, things like that sometimes travel between sister cities just to help build international understanding. It could also be things like government to government partnerships and sharing experiences with common challenges or issues that we're dealing with. the sister city that we were working on that ended up did not end up going through was Canmore in Canada. We had a lot of things in common with them and talked a lot with them about some of our common challenges as mountain towns and sort of how we handle those. So that type of relationship could come out of it. It could also be an opportunity. The idea is that it's not just government to government, but that you involve other groups. So maybe it's our Rotary Club partners with a civic group in that community. So those types of partnerships could come out of it. It sort of depends on who the sister city is and defining what your goals are. So at this point, it's fairly loose what that could end up involving.
Thank you. I appreciate all of that background and description. One more question related to the bike rack regarding the county ad hoc subcommittee. Do we know if the other jurisdictions have committed to participating, Grass Valley, Nevada City, or any others that were invited to participate? Or is this in its very infant stages, so we're not sure?
I'm not aware of that, Councilmember Romack. I can follow up and ask. The request that came in asked for a response by March 18th. So I did email county staff and the supervisor indicating that we wouldn't have an opportunity to discuss this until tonight. And so would be in touch later this week with more information. So there was no reply back to that. So I'm not sure if the other jurisdictions have joined or not.
Thank you. And that's all my questions for these. Thank you.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
I have questions on all the bike rack items in terms of elaboration on what we're talking about. On transfer of development rights, what is being contemplated there? Is it a matter of the town facilitating a two-party exchange of development rights? Does it involve amendments to the development code, or what's being contemplated?
Yeah, transfer of development right programs can get pretty complicated. And so the current general plan does have an action for us to consider looking at a future program. And we have not done that over the life of the general plan so far. But as part of a program like that, you would be identifying sort of sending sites and receiver sites. And so it's not as simple as just saying, yes, that's something that we want to implement and let's start working on it, because you have to have willing property owners. And so there's a lot of legwork that happens to see if it's even something that's feasible. And from at least some anecdotal information we have so far, it's very challenging in our market, where in other cities, where they just don't have the same dynamics of tourist pressure, second homes, it's more feasible. So it would be a lot of work for us to do, which is why it's sort of in the bike rack option now.
A lot of work in terms of establishing a program, or then actually seeing something happen as a result of the program?
It's all of it. So it would be the time it takes to do the research to figure out if it's a feasible program for Truckee. It would be doing any kind of general plan, zoning code changes that are required. And then it would be having an actual staff person to implement the program itself, which we don't have that right now.
Okay. On collaboration with school districts, airport districts, and the PUD, and possibly others to form a climate action JPA, I see that as something that would naturally come out as one aspect of a climate action plan and a desire to reduce greenhouse gases in the most efficient manner. But this sounds like something where we actually start working on a GPA now, not knowing what we want in the way of greenhouse gas reductions. Could someone explain to me why this would be something we take up now instead of letting it, I guess, develop on its own a little bit through climate action planning?
So I'm happy to speak to that. This actually came out of a discussion between myself and President Finn of the Truckee Donner PUD. we started with what can we do to help join forces between the town and the PUD to achieve our common greenhouse gas emission reductions. And as we talked about a lot during the Climate Action Plan Committee, it was clearly identified that in order to achieve those goals, what we really needed was to get all the other special districts to the table with us, because we are only controlling a very, very small piece of the pie as the town. And so the more we explored this idea, we started talking to other agencies, and the first one that got really excited about it was the Airport Board, because they have a charge to satisfy greenhouse gas emission reductions in their region. And so they are very gung-ho. David Diamond has done a lot of legwork to develop partnerships already that are committed to participating in this, that include the Truckee Fire District, the North Tahoe PUD, and we have the school district interested in discussions, as they have already done a lot of the work in this area, and then of course Truckee Donner PUD as well. So that's where it is right now. It really literally just started being a robust discussion about 2 weeks ago. And what the next steps will be here will be to bring letters of intent to all the respective boards and governances in order to make sure that we codify those joint intentions and set the parameters for what we're going to be doing and what we're going to be working towards. Modeled very similarly on the successful Mountain Housing Council model, and then also utilizing the JPA that's already been established between some of these agencies for housing development.
And so would the staff resources that are devoted to this largely be our town attorney putting together a negotiating a JPA, or does it involve other staff resources?
If you don't mind, Mayor, Councilmember Zabriskie, I think maybe step back again and look at, these are the bike rack items. So the action item or discussion around this tonight is, in general, is there support to consider a JPA option? We don't have enough information on the detail in terms of whose involvement, how much time. So that's why we could consider this under our partnership task item. When we get more information, we understand who's interested in this JPA, we would come back in one of our reports and have a further conversation about the workload and the effort. The question really is, are we interested in a formalized JPA, or are we interested in supporting a collaborative effort that's less formalized? And I think that's really where council is. We're looking for council direction tonight. If there's general consensus that we're interested in exploring this JPA concept in a formalized manner, we'll proceed with that and come back with more information.
And essentially what you kicked off with was, we have this covered in our priorities, and staff is willing to investigate what the next steps are and bring it back to council for consideration.
That's correct.
Without giving up anything else at this point.
For this particular item, we aren't asking you to make an exchange. That would come in the future when we understand more of the process, the time commitment. Are we asking for town attorney support in establishing the JPA? Is it outside support? What's the membership fee? Are there enough entities that are interested in forming this that it makes sense? There's still a variety of topics and issues to talk through that council would want to know answers to before making a final decision.
This makes it very difficult for me, because I see a JPA being a very positive thing for reducing greenhouse gases, but I'm not being given enough information to know what I'm giving up in return or what's being expected of staff if we say we are interested in it.
And that's why at this point, we're not asking you to give anything up, because we don't have that information for you to make that decision. This may not have been included in the bike rack had we had these conversations a few, more than last week. It's because they just happened that this was an appropriate place to bring it up, have an initial conversation. The council could tonight decide the formality of a JPA is not of great interest to you. And that's kind of the direction we're looking. Are you okay with exploring that as a more formalized collaborative process versus a non-formalized collaborative process?
On the next item, working with the VTT on sustainable tourism efforts, what is being contemplated in terms of the town's involvement on that?
I'll ask Councilmember Pallavi or Hillary Hobbs to add some more detail behind this as a result of the meeting that happened on Thursday with VTT.
Sure, I'll start, and as usual, Hillary and I tend to tag team on this quite often. This has been our world the last few weeks. So VTT is in a nascent stage, to be quite honest, and they have a lot of work to do internally, and we're going to support that work, we being the town. And I think that, there are different aspects of some of the work that they're doing that can go faster, that can go slower, that is interdependent in other ways. Specifically on the sustainable community certification, this is a long-term process that at this point in their work plan, I'm not sure that it requires heavy town lift. At some point it will. But we have a lot of work to do here at the town. Hillary, Town Manager Callaway, and I have been working very diligently, been very responsively with Visit Truckee Tahoe. And I believe that they're comfortable with the direction that they've settled on organizationally. And had they wanted this specific priority elevated, we did have an action item on the most recent VTT agenda to formalize an ask, and that was not approved by the VTT board. So what you're basically seeing embedded in this entire work plan is the sort of support that I think the town is ready to provide to VTT as VTT gets their own house in order to begin with. Does that help, Hillary? What would else?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Within the work plan under sustainability, we do have several steps that are leading towards the goal of sustainable tourism, such as working on our bike share policies, a lot of our trail development, sidewalk development projects, our transit, our litter mitigation. All of those things really help towards those common goals. What we don't have in the work plan for the next year is dedicating staff towards actually working on a certification as a sustainable destination, and that is in line with the direction that the Visit Truckee Tahoe board did move last week of deciding we're going to slow down the pace a bit, and that was in part based on feedback from the town. From Councilmember Pallavi and myself, and then we'll be better poised to pick that back up in about a year and a half, at which point the workload on staff could increase.
I'm very supportive of what our visitor industry has accomplished in terms of moving towards sustainable tourism. But what I'm trying to find out is the extent to which help from the town is needed. And I think what I just heard from you, Hillary, is that the town would need to be involved in the certification process in order for the Visit Truckee, Tahoe Truckee to obtain the certification.
Absolutely.
Town government would need to be involved.
Yes. It would be a partnership.
Sorry, go ahead, Hillary.
No, I was just going to say it would be a partnership effort between the town and Visit Truckee Tahoe, as well as other community partners. But I think the town and VTT would be the two big partners that would have a substantial lift to reach that certification when we're ready for that.
And I would add, Councilmember Zabriskie, that philosophically, we are all very aligned. Philosophically, everything that you mentioned, and you know, my job is to represent the town. It's to represent the council on that board. I'm the only non-assessed board member who participates, and I've reaffirmed that philosophical alignment over and over again numerous times, and I truly believe in it. And I think that we are all on board with a more sustainable tourism strategy and product, and that very well is illustrated in the work plan. There's just a lot of work that's going to, you know, achieving a certification is a very different story from putting into place smaller things, more policy related things. You know, the certification is a pretty huge project and lift, and it is our goal to get there within the next 5 years. I think that is an admirable goal, and it's something that we're all working towards. It just doesn't rise to it doesn't rise to being a priority as identified in this work plan. And I think it's been a lot of people's hard work to get this work plan put in place, and I think everything Visit Truckee Tahoe does is going to support it. And you know, when we're all ready, we'll be able to move that forward. But there's some other stuff that needs to get done first, mostly internally at Visit Truckee Tahoe, and sort of how they start to approach their new world and the external community at this point.
And just to kind of conclude that thought, Councilmember Polavine, thank you for that. That's why this item is in the bike rack. There really isn't any need for movement on this at this point.
Ted, thank you for indulging me.
Any other questions, Councilmember Zabriskie? And Councilmember Polavine.
Thanks, Mayor Klostad. So I have one question. There's one lesson. There's a lot of lessons I've learned in the past couple of years of being an elected official, but one lesson I've learned is to how to say no. And something that strikes me in this work plan, it being a huge reach, it being incredibly robust, and I'll save some of my comments for when we get into deliberation afterwards on this, but there's a whole lot of meetings and cross-jurisdictional work and partnerships and communication. So my question to Jen is, how does somebody know when to say no? How are we putting guardrails on this so that we're not meeting with 8,000 different agencies every week with everybody's next pet project? Because that's what I'm really concerned with is, you know, we can make a goal to meet with the PUD, but we can't meet with the PUD every week. It's just not going to be effective. So where are the guardrails on all of this?
So a lot of that is incumbent upon staff to use our professional judgment. The TDPUD is a great example. They're undergoing their strategic priority setting concurrently right now as we are adopting our priorities. They've asked for participation on 4 task force. Clean local energy, 100% renewable energy, and increasing their portfolio, utility undergrounding, and broadband. So that's a partnership. We're going to contribute and take part in those task force. After that, those go through the end of April. After that, if there's a broader reach and a broader connection or more involvement, you know, that's where we need to say, okay, what's feasible given our current work plan and what makes sense to move forward that we want to recommend to council. So those periodic checkpoints are going to be really important. We want to be good partners and we want to support the council priorities and our community priorities. And there's so much crossover with all of our regional partners and district entities that we need to be in that partnership mindset, but we do need to stay aware of when it crosses over to a new work plan item versus having collaborative conversations. And that's a fine line, and it's going to be up to our discretion as staff to make that determination on an individual basis for each item.
Good. I hope we can do a good job of that. And with that, what I didn't see on anything, nor in the bike rack, is Nevada County Supervisor Hardy Bullock's quarterly convening meetings. Does that fall somewhere under here, or did we forget about that because we actually haven't had one yet? So we don't really know what we're in for.
Supervisor Bullock has been great, and he's already coordinated a number of meetings. So we have a regular, I believe, monthly Friends of the Library and Library meeting established. We have our CCC meeting that's established that we take part in. And then I believe he's interested in providing quarterly updates to the council or just having a conversation. So which one of those meetings are you specifically referring to, or all of them?
The peak visitation.
I guess they all fall under some category, and we're just they're there. And as action items come out of those meetings, that's when they will determine their place in the work plan. Is that sort of the goal on some of the unknowns specifically?
Yep. So the Friends of the Library meeting is probably the most focused in terms of we have a specific goal to support the new library, and those monthly meetings are really, moving that priority forward. The CCC, as there's more specific action items that come out of those, we would bring those forward to council or have that conversation at a quarterly meeting if time aligns properly. If there's more staff involvement and work that needs to be involved around anything that comes out of those conversations.
Great. Thank you. I have no further questions, Mayor Klostad.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Henderson.
I don't think I have any further questions, Jen, just confirming that the idea to explore the JPA, that could rest within our partnership development that we currently have in the work plan.
It does rest on that, in the concept of exploring and offering that we are interested in exploring that. Where it will fall out of alignment with what's in our current work plan is if the group of people interested come together, we outline the process, understand the administrative overhead, the cost, how that's going to be formed, the guidelines, the mission. At some point, it'll be a bigger work item and more of a conversation that we would bring to council and ask for refined direction and ask you to identify something in the existing work plan that would replace that if council wanted to pursue that. But initially, if council is willing to consider a formalized JPA, that's all we need to know tonight.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. No, I think everybody's already touched on all of my questions. So at this point, we'll go to public comment for item 7.2.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Miller, and I'm calling in regards to item 7.2, council priorities and work plan. As a longtime transportation analyst and recent local, town staff have asked that I investigate the feasibility of bringing a bike share program to Truckee. This kind of bike share is different than our current rental offerings. It would incorporate docks at key locations throughout Truckee where people could tap their phone or a card to unlock an e-bike 24/7. They pay something by the minute or mile with some opportunity for designated annual passes and return their bikes to another dock elsewhere in town. A local operator would ensure the docks don't get too full or empty using monitoring software based on performance measures set by the town. Some of these systems are seasonal, removing the docks in the winter, but many northern cities like Boston and Chicago commit to keeping them rolling year-round. There are hundreds of communities throughout the United States with bike share programs like these, and while some have had issues with private operators, even in San Francisco, the vast majority led to a rapid and significant increase in biking. I spoke with several planners who established programs in communities similar to ours, and in short, a system like this would be perfect for Truckee, especially with a nonprofit owner and operator and tight guidance from the town. We could give people a desirable alternative to driving and reduce our need to build and maintain parking. Getting more people biking will get more people demanding better bicycle routes, which will in turn create more demand for biking. This is a big step towards a very virtuous cycle. Bike share is already on the town's list of work plan activities, so tonight I urge council to explicitly direct funding to kickstart bike share through 3 activities early this summer in 2021. First, designate and fund someone in the town planning division to supervise the program. 2, hire a consultant to advise us with insurance and permits and to ensure the program balances the needs of locals and visitors by design. 3, hire a part-time coordinator to seek sponsorships and manage capital acquisition, which will get the program off the ground. Based on this research, I also recommend that we set this up to be owned and operated through a local nonprofit so that a local board of community directors, such as people representing existing bike rental companies or trails advocates, can observe and guide the program's operations. If these activities get underway this summer, we should reasonably expect to welcome Truckee's new bike share program and a sizable reduction in our driven miles and need for parking downtown and by the lake in April 2022. The best time to kick off the Truckee bike share program was several years ago. The next best time is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. That's quite the closing statement.
Hi, this is David Diamond, Vice President of the Truckee Tahoe Airport District Board. I'm commenting on item 7.2. I applaud the Council's recognition of the importance of greenhouse gas reduction. I encourage you to agendize a discussion on working with the airport and other partners on the formation of a joint powers authority to create and manage projects directly related to the reduction of greenhouse gases throughout the Truckee-Tahoe region. Our local government agencies do have the power to effect real change in this regard, as we've started to do through our Mountain Housing Council partnership. The Airport Board has agendized this topic for discussion tomorrow, March 24th, at our meeting at 4:30 p.m. I'm hopeful that we will see a similar discussion on the town's next agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
That is all for 7.2.
Great, thank you. Okay, we are into deliberations officially. So we're going to follow that same order, and I think we should probably go back to priority 1, see if there are any adjustments that we want to make there, or yeah, let's do that and run through those 5 priorities, and then we'll conclude with the bike rack after we've looked at all of this, and if there's anything in the bike rack that we want to swap for something that's in one of the work plans. So given that, Councilmember Romack, priority number 1, housing of workforce.
Yes, I mean, this is definitely a priority that I strongly support. I think a lot of the stuff in here is great. What I kind of mentioned in my questioning, and I believe is included in here, is just investigating, increasing, I'm reading, work plan serves the local workforce, including affordable workforce earning 80% and below, moderate 80 to 120, and above moderate workforce earning up to 150. I would just continue to encourage the town to look at expanding that higher, because we know that there are locals that are moving to Reno and Verdi because they can't afford to live here, and we're talking about young families that have full-time good jobs, but when houses are $800,000, a family can't break into the market. So that's my one comment. Otherwise, I think this section looks great.
Thank you, Councilmember Romack. Zabriskie?
2 things. I found the confusion I was having on goal number 4 of the housing. Page 58 and page 78 are different in the way they read, in the way goal 4 is written. And I assume on page 58, that's the language that we want.
Of the amended agenda?
Yes. Page 58. Goal 4 says steward and preserve existing affordable and deed restricted housing. If I actually go to the table, it's phrased differently. So I hope we go with the way it's phrased on page 58 rather than page 78. Okay, on substantive stuff, I am fine with this housing work plan that we have in front of us. I think it's important that we integrate it with the other priorities. I'm thinking particularly in terms of greenhouse gases, but also transportation. I mean, everything's tied together these days. But I think that's what the work plan contemplates.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. Councilmember Pallavi?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Klostad. And I'm going to be brief because I'm going to make all my comments on this entire work plan right now just to keep us moving. First of all, and I promise they'll be brief. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge Jen's work and leadership and all of the department heads and staff to put this together. This is a document that this town has never seen before, that is going to allow for some extreme clarity in our work plans and what we're about to undertake for the next couple of years with quarterly updates, deliverables, timelines. I mean, we're not operating in the cloud. We're not, literally operating in a cloud of sort of, let's work on that this week and work on something else next week, which it really felt like we were doing for a long time. So, I want to thank everybody at the town leadership position who contributed to this, because I think it's going to help all of us. It's going to help all of us be on the same page with exactly what direction we're going in. So that, to me, is the most important part. And we might not agree, and we might want to add S's and apostrophes and dot our I's on some of these little things here, but I'm sure we're going to be able to clean that up over the coming years, especially if this can be a living document that we continue to manage from, create policy from, and create direction from. Very specifically, my only comment is on housing, and it's very similar to Councilmember Romack's, which is we do have a lot going on with housing. I would want to make sure that we maintain a focus on a variety of products, including for sale products, especially under the $600,000 range with deed restrictions and other methods to really get people into home ownership as quickly and effectively as we can, because that's how we're going to keep them here in our community and not completely gentrify ourselves with all of the other great stuff that we're doing. So that's my one comment on housing. I honestly don't have any other comments on any other aspect of this work plan. I'm ready to accept it with a lot of the discussion that we've had, and I feel quite comfortable based on the 90 plus questions that the 5 of us were able to submit prior to this meeting that provided that clarity. So thank you, Mayor Klostad. Thank you, staff. This is a really great step in the right direction.
Agreed. I would echo all of that. And Vice Mayor Henderson.
I agree wholeheartedly with Councilmember Pallavi. I think that this is a move towards just increased transparency between council and staff and our community. It's a tool to hold ourselves all accountable to the things that we want to accomplish. And I don't have anything additionally either, because we did have a lot of questions in advance, and then of course a lot tonight as well. So I also feel comfortable moving.
And so to that end, with the questions that we had in the that we went through yesterday, I guess if there are any issues that what I would like to know is, are there any issues that we brought up that give staff pause or concern? And because to me, the answers were pretty clear that you guys had already thought about that, and it was just clarifying things in the work plan for council's better understanding. Is that consistent with your belief?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head in those 90-some questions that gave us pause or we weren't in alignment with. And if any of the staff that is on can think of anything, please jump in there. But I think we were clarifying more than adding or suggesting to add or change or disagreeing on adding or changing.
And that was my definite impression, that for the most part, staff had already thought that through, and we were just getting our own clarification on it. Of course, I had some big ones in the greenhouse gas emissions, and you guys assuaged all of my concerns. My big one in the housing was exactly what Councilmember Romack was driving at, and Pallavi underlined that we want to make sure we're looking at as broad of a spectrum as possible because we are a broad spectrum community. And so given that, do we want to transition this to just going to any other priority or work plan concern that we feel we need to deliberate on at this point? So I know Pallavi's good. Councilmember Romack, given the 4 priorities left in the deliberation we've already had, what other concerns do you have that you would want to address?
I don't have any other concerns. Echoing Councilmember Pallavi's thanks to staff. Definitely, this is amazing. I'm looking forward to getting quarterly updates. And then communication, I really wanted to highlight that one. I think there's a lot of great ideas in here and ways to connect with our community, get more community feedback. I also really appreciate Chief Billingsley's ideas related to getting the police department involved with the community on homelessness, on other issues. So I just wanted to thank everyone who put an effort on that one explicitly. Otherwise, no concerns. I support this work plan.
Great. Councilmember Zabriskie.
On the greenhouse gas priority, I'm happy to see the Keep Truckee Green group being expanded from waste reduction to also focus on greenhouse gas reduction. I think it's a good thing to move that group under the town manager. I think that adds to the importance, at least symbolically, if not in other ways, the importance we place on both waste reduction and greenhouse gas reduction. I'm concerned that we don't have an in-house specialist. I think there's a particular need for that. Housing is an example. We're trying to increase housing for the low to middle income members of our community, the working members of our community. And I don't see where any of this new housing is also including consideration of the best practices for reducing emissions in those new buildings. And it's certainly less expensive to include it in a new building than to try to retrofit it. So that's one of the things I'm concerned about moving forward. On infrastructure, there was something that Dan Wilkins mentioned in that conversation we had about capital improvement projects, the funding for those. One of the things we need to consider, I want to use West River Street as an example. We're talking about planning for streetscapes and improvements to West River Street. I'm wondering, is this something we want to do before we've resolved the issue with trying to help industries in that area move to another location? Or should we be spending the money that makes it financially acceptable to help the people there move first? I see that as an example of one of the tensions I don't think we've discussed enough, and I hope we get to that kind of issue before we overcommit to doing the physical improvements in that part of town. That's all I have on this part of the priorities. I'll wait for the bike rack.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. Okay, anything else to add, Councilmember Pallavi, Councilmember Henderson, or Vice Mayor Henderson? Okay, so in general, as I've already said, I agree with what we've already accomplished, what we've already deliberated. I just have 2 small adds. One is we identified the need a few years ago for a housing specialist, and we hired a very high-level, very driven, very successful housing coordinator. And she's doing amazing things in that program, and we can see it in the work plan and how well detailed it is and how all the creative ideas and programs that have been brought forward to council. So I will put out there that I want the same thing for greenhouse gas emission reductions. I want a specialist. I want somebody dedicated to that who can look at that full spectrum and create and bring forward creative ideas. So when we came up with that idea 3 or 4 years ago for a housing specialist, it seemed like a pipe dream, but now we have it. So I'm going to plant that seed and see where it might grow, because I think that is ultimately what Councilmember Zabriskie keeps driving towards as well. And as we've identified, all of our goals have some relationship to greenhouse gas emission reductions, including local workforce housing. And then the only other add I have is, even if it's, I don't know, some sort of color coding or a column off to the right to show how that task might relate to other tasks and other priorities, because there's so many of these that that interconnect. And right now, at least visually and what turns out to be kind of emotionally, as they all look like these separate independent tasks that somebody's going to go around and do. But the reality is many of them are supportive of each other. And I would just like to have some way to acknowledge and recognize that. So those are my 2 additions. Do we have any concerns with those additions to this discussion? Okay, seeing none, are we ready to move on to the bike rack? So before we get to the bike rack, we actually have, what's the one before that?
The operational and strategic priorities.
Yeah, and as I had mentioned in my comments in advance, I actually think some of these fit within some of our current priorities, but I'm happy to leave them here as well. I think the records management certainly has a relationship to our communications, and our information technology clearly has a relationship to our emergency preparedness. So that would be my only comment on that. And were there any other comments on these other significant operational strategies from other council members? Councilmember Romack.
I would just jump in that it seems like at this point it would make sense to at least put on hold the Sister City program if there hasn't been a lot of interest. And, as Hillary was describing with COVID, that's not a priority for a lot of cities. So I would advocate for maybe we put it on hold, take it out of this, so we don't have staff committing to time on something that doesn't seem like we're getting results now. And maybe that's something we revisit in the future. And maybe once, we're a certified sustainable community, we're a more appealing sister city or something like that. But I would just recommend that, since staff is already stretched pretty thin. But if other council members have thoughts, I'm open to listening to them.
So I had a conversation with Jen about this one in particular, because I think once we become a certified sustainable tourism community, we are going to be a very attractive sister city. And so it seems to me like this could be one that we just put on in the bike rack and wait until we have gotten further down that sustainability road. How do other members feel?
I support that, and I would further support it, really bike racking it. And if, somebody expresses any interest at some point in the future, we can, give it a little bit of resource. But for now, I would support taking it off in that direction.
Okay, it looks like I'm seeing nodding heads, so that's great. Anything else that anybody would like to address on these 6 goals? No, they all seem appropriate. Okay, so let's go on to the bike rack. So I think we have deliberated well on goal 4 and goal 5. Is there anything else that we need to address on those? think were resolved. The staff has them, and they will not live in the bike rack forever.
Well, clarification that Goal 5 is in the bike rack for the time being until there's a more specific request from VTT.
Right.
Goal 4 is going to fall under the partnership task item until we get more information to bring back.
Correct. Okay. Any other items for discussion? Councilmember Romack.
No, I would say the only one is the representation on the county ad hoc subcommittee. I don't think we should move that into a priority now since we are doing so much at the town level, but just, I guess, paying attention to what's happening with that, and if it is something that we would want to participate in the future, bring it back for a discussion, but leave it in the bike rack for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie?
I want to keep things in the bike rack, but I am interested in transfer development rights and the JPA and VTT. But for now, I want to leave them in the bike rack.
Councilmember Pallavi?
No additional bike rack comments. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Henderson?
I don't have any additional comments either. Thank you.
Okay. So I would just say that Councilmember Romack, with goal number 3, if you wanted to reach out to Hardy or Supervisor Hall, I'm sure they would welcome your participation in that. It's just not something that we're going to dedicate staff time to at this moment in time, it sounds like. Okay. And I am the one that the Welcome to Truckee signage group has connected with, and I will continue to coordinate with them and see where they end up. And once they are at the place where they feel like they need staff support, that will come back as a discussion item. And Sarah's raising her hand. It looks like maybe we have some public comment.
Well, it technically popped in right after we closed it, but I was waiting until you got to the end of your discussion.
Okay.
It's very brief and it's a text. It just says, "Hi, I like a rideshare program and think the interested public should spearhead it. I don't think it's a priority for the town or funds."
Was that from anybody specific?
It doesn't say.
Doesn't say. Okay, thank you. Okay. Other questions or comments from the council?
So, can I be clear? I mean, I'm ready to make a motion to approve the work plan as presented, but I'm just making sure that we're approving the work plan, as presented. We haven't added, we've made a few corrections tonight. We've done a lot of clarifying, but we haven't added or subtracted, other than the Sister Cities program, anything from the work plan that has been presented to us. And I just want to make sure that before I make a motion, we're all clear about that, and staff is also clear about that.
I see a lot of shaking heads. Oh, Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yeah, well, there's no substantive change.
Substantive changes, Jan. Don't worry about typos and other language things.
No, I'm just trying to make a clear record, Dave. So there's the wording change on the task 1 under greenhouse gases. And then there was the taking the wording out of page 58 on preserving housing, taking the place of what's on page 78.
Those are included in what we would be adopting.
That is staff's understanding as well.
Great. Then I'd like to make a motion that or is this an action item? Do you need a motion?
Yes, a motion would be great. It will formally adopt your priorities and understanding of the work plan, which is appropriate, as Judy reminded us, on the 28th anniversary of the town.
Aww.
Really? Wow.
To the day.
To the day? Really?
That's amazing.
Judy, you got to give us that info. That's good stuff. I'll make a motion. Excuse me. I'll make a motion that we adopt council priorities and approve approve the 21 to 23 council priorities and work plan for the fiscal years. I think that's what we're being asked to do.
Second.
Excellent. Sarah, can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Romack?
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Henderson?
Yes.
And Mayor Klovstad?
Yes.
And just to confirm, that was Jan that seconded that?
It was Jan that seconded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. And
Okay.
staff.
Yes. Thank you, staff. That was a Herculean effort, and we all really appreciate it. Now let's go forth and accomplish it all. Okay. 7.3 is estimated to be about 45 minutes. Yes, Councilmember Pallavi?
Can we take 5 minutes?
Yes, I was just going to say, that one's going to take a while, so we're going to take another quick break. We'll come back at 8:55. Thank you. council members back. Here we go. Okay, we are back in session. Thank you, everybody. Item 7.3, staff report on Donner Pass Road corridor improvements, Donner Memorial State Park to the east end of Donner Lake, CIP C1823, project update. And we have both Dan and Becky up on the screen. Who's taking this one?
I will take the lead on that. Thank you, Mayor Klosad. I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
And hopefully, do you see the full presentation?
Yes, we do. It looks great.
Excellent. Excellent. So yeah, we're bringing this item back tonight. It is, we brought this to the council in February. And really what the purpose of tonight is to bring you back some additional information and an updated staff recommendation. So just a little overview. The area that we're talking about is Donner Pass Road, adjacent to the Donner Memorial State Park and Tahoe Donner Beach Club properties on the east end of Donner Lake. And specifically, it's the area shown in kind of this yellow-orange color here. Just as a reminder, last year, the Coldstream Project built a trail along the south side of Donner Pass Road, east of the Donner Memorial State Park driveway. And what that did is it not only created a pedestrian bicycle facility along the south side of the road, but it also eliminated the parking. So the construction of that facility did eliminate some parking already last summer. This is just an inventory of the existing parking that's out there. There's a variety. There's on-street parking on Donner Pass Road, and it depends how people park, but it's a combination of head-in, angled, parallel parking. On the really busy days, people get really creative on how they park out there. So we've got a lot of on-street parking. There is about 70 parking spots within the state park parking lot. There's some additional parking within the state park itself along the road, the access roads, and there's 49 parking spaces in the Tahoe Donner Beach Club lot. So from the beginning, the purpose of this project was really to evaluate parking options on Donner Pass Road to better organize, relocate or eliminate the on-street parking, with really the goals of creating pedestrian facilities, reducing user conflicts, and then also limiting the environmental degradation out there along the corridor. So the staff brought this item to council on February 9th. And our initial recommendation on the staff report was to install row of boulders and no parking signs along the south side of the road, which would essentially eliminate all the parking along the roadway out there. And it would eliminate the user conflicts, the conflicts between the bicycles, the pedestrians, and the cars parking. But one of the reasons why we were recommending it is it was a fundable improvement, and it would honor the different stakeholder desires. So there was a desire from the state park to eliminate on-street parking adjacent to the state park because of overuse of their property. There was a desire from the Tahoe Donner Association not to expend TSSA 1 funds, and so a more formal parking was not something that was on the table if we weren't going to use TSSA 1 funds. And then there was also a desire to have a solution that would go in 2021. So that was our original recommendation. But when prior to the council meeting, we received a significant amount of public comment, most of it indicating that they were not supportive of the removal of the parking on the south side of the road, but some folks were actually in favor of it. We also, from talking to Tahoe Donner Association staff, there was an indication that perhaps they might be supportive of using at least some TSSA funds to partially fund a more formal improvement that would create parking along the south side of the road. And then state parks expressed a willingness, even though their ideal would be to eliminate all the parking on their frontage. There was a willingness to consider some other options. So council directed staff to go back and work with the various stakeholders to try to develop consensus on both the short-term and long-term improvement. And so that's what we did. We held two working group meetings. This is the group of people that were in attendance at those meetings. We had representatives from the Tahoe Owner Association, Trails Foundation, Watershed Council, state parks, the Park and Rec District, and then also just a general public representative. What the staff did at the first meeting is we presented 3 options that we had come up with for the group to discuss, and I'm not going to go spend a lot of time on these, but the first was to build a pedestrian, basically eliminate all the parking out on the south side of the road and build a trail only. And that with maybe some drop-off areas. And this is just a cross-section of what that might look like. So you'll see that there's, on the one side, there's a path for pedestrians and bicycles, and then boulders that would prohibit parking, and then just the travel lanes and the bike lane. Another option would be just to do the boulders in the path along the state parks property, but create more formal parallel parking and a sidewalk in front of the Tahoe Honor Beach Club property. And then the third option, and oops, I think I went back to my mistake, sorry. The third option would be to have a parallel parking along the whole frontage and a pedestrian path or sidewalk. And so that was option 3. So other things that the working group discussed, and this is detailed in your staff report, is just trying to maintain public access to Donner Lake. That was a concern for some. There was a concern to protect some of the cultural and natural resources, particularly in the state parks, and that might be impacted in particular by the people who are accessing the state park from the road and creating these sort of informal trails. There was a concern for overuse of the state park property, the potential to increase transit and off-site parking areas to help address the loss in parking, impacts to adjacent residential areas. If we reduce parking in certain areas, that there might be spillover into residential areas. There was a discussion about the Tahoe Honor Association had implemented a reservation system this past summer and how that reduced the overall parking demand out there. And then there was a kind of desire to direct more people to use the actual on-site state parks parking, because that was not filling up as quickly as the free on-street parking. And then, of course, there was a discussion about needing an immediate term solution, something that we could put in place in summer of 2021. So after 2 meetings and much discussion, the group had a general consensus to pursue option 3, which is to build parallel parking and adjacent pedestrian facilities along the whole frontage. But as we were discussing that option, there was also an identification that there would be value in an immediate term solution, a low cost improvement, where as we could place boulders along the south side of the road to keep people from parking head in, which creates some of the bicycle, pedestrian, and vehicle conflicts, and instead put boulders out which would allow people to parallel park. It wouldn't include a path or a sidewalk as a short-term improvement, but it would at least eliminate, provided a short-term solution that would eliminate some of those user conflict issues and reduce some of the parking out there. And then another thing that was discussed was that the Tahoe Honor Association had an interest in providing a shuttle service between an off-site parking lot and the beach club property. So they have expressed an interest in continuing the summer reservation program, but also operating a shuttle, which could potentially, for example, use the parking lot that's at the Truckee High School and run, or another off-site lot, and provide a shuttle service so that folks could drop their family off, and then park their car and then take the shuttle back to the beach. So our recommendations that the working group came up with is sort of was split into the immediate, the medium, and the long-term solution. So the immediate term solution would be to install these boulders to convert the head-in parking to parallel parking. We wouldn't expect there to be any significant vegetation removal. We just work with what space we had out there right now. So we wouldn't be cutting down trees or ripping out vegetation or even doing some significant grading. And then immediate term work, continue to work and discuss with the Todd Honor Association and the school district to explore feasibility of a park and ride shuttle between the high school and the beach club and state parks properties, and potentially even to the west end of Donner Lake. But that, the extension of a shuttle all the way to the west end of Donner Lake is not something that we would be able to implement this summer. Then the medium term recommendation is to pursue design and then a design for the long-term solution. So the parallel parking with a sidewalk and path or path. And the first step of that would be to update to get some initial topo surveys, some property boundary surveys, which will actually prove to be pretty important out here for us to understand exactly where the state parks property boundaries are. And so we understand exactly how much room we have to work with. And then on any necessary environmental surveys this summer. Another thing that we're recommending is to update the user survey so we did a user survey that gave us a lot of great data about how many people are parking out there and how long they're there and where they're coming from. And so we're recommending that we update that user survey for this coming summer season and see how things might change. And that's going to also be helpful in determining funding shares potentially. So. And then the long-term solution is really to take the medium term, the design, work on the design, and then look for, once we have a design in place, shop for grant funds to help implement it. This table was, the information in this table was in your staff report, but it wasn't quite in this format. So we're recommending that there be a budget amendment as a part of this recommendation. So on the top line here, that's what the current budget is. Essentially, the project, both design and construction, was being entirely funded with TSSA 1 funds. So what we're proposing to do here is to remove most of the TSSA 1 funds, which are the funds that are generated through an assessment on the Todd Honor properties, and instead use a combination of general fund and Measure V funds to fund the short-term improvement, the installation of the boulders and the signage, and then using a combination of TSSA 1 and general funds, a combination of TSSA 1 funds and general funds to fund the design portion in fiscal year 21-22. And then we're removing the TSSA 1 funds in the out years. And so that essentially no longer, the construction is no longer funded under under the proposed budget amendment. So in conclusion, the recommendation for tonight is for council to direct staff to, in this summer, starting, so that it's in place for this summer, is to convert the existing head and shoulder parking on the dirt to parallel parking through a low-cost construction technique. So that's the boulders and the signage. 2, pursue the design of a long-term improvements to upgrade the dirt shoulder parking surface to a paved parking surface with an adjacent pedestrian facility, likely a sidewalk, but if there's room, a trail, a wider trail. And then 3, explore the feasibility of a park and ride shuttle service along Donner Pass Road. And then finally 4, amend the CIP budget as outlined in the staff report. So I kind of breezed through that just because it's sort of late, and I'm happy to, there's a lot of information in the staff report. We can always pull up some of these slides later if you want to dig into any of the information that's in there. And that concludes my presentation.
Excellent, Becky. Thank you so very much. So let's run through questions. Councilmember Romack?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Becky, if the council were to just adopt part one, the low-cost parallel parking for this summer, and then do only the user survey under part two, how much would that cost?
I'm guessing that would be in like the tens of thousands of dollars. And Dan, maybe you can correct me if I think that would probably be minimal cost just to do the survey.
Yeah, probably $10,000 or so.
And then the work for just this summer would be $100,000.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Have we heard anything further from the state park beyond their saying they believe their parking matches the capacity of the park, and all things being equal, they'd prefer not to have parking on the street? Does that remain their position?
Yes, I think all things being equal, their preference would be to remove the on-street parking, but they have sort of agreed to support this idea of the working group to try this as sort of a, one of the benefits of doing the parallel parking, putting out the boulders, it allows both Town Owner Association and state parks and other stakeholders sort of evaluate how well it works, and is that the right solution?
What's the downside of just limiting what we approve to part one plus the user survey?
It would delay an eventual improvement. So if we just did a user survey this summer, and potentially what we would do is we would lose a season to be able to go out and do some of the surveys. So it might delay the surveys until 2022. If that makes.
I think what Becky's referring to is surveys of the physical conditions out there.
Right, sorry.
Not the user survey.
Sorry. Yes. The topographic, the environmental, yes, correct.
Right, and if the long-term strategy is to pursue grant funding as opposed to using TSSA 1 funds, typically having a project that's further along in the development process makes you more competitive in acquiring grant funds. Oftentimes we'll develop a project and have it shovel ready, so to speak, and it potentially will sit on a shelf for multiple years until grant funding can be acquired. So that's the other, that's another consideration in terms of moving forward with design sooner rather than later. But
yeah, I'm concerned about spending money to spread more asphalt for parking that's not wanted by the state park without trying some kind of better transit system, spending the money there. And so I'm trying to figure out what's the downside of going in that transit direction.
Yeah, so as it relates to transit, it's fairly straightforward to hire vendors to provide transit service. What's not straightforward is making transit service so convenient that a person will change their behavior to actually use it. That's the hard part of transit.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Councilmember Pallavi.
No questions, thank you.
And Vice Mayor Henderson.
Thank you. Just a clarification, the near-term solution, I know in the staff report, when it talks about the short-term, it says $50,000 to $100,000, but in the table for fiscal impact, it says 100,000. Are we just erring on the side of caution and assuming we'll be at that 100,000?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then the time frame, so the medium term, it sounds like the medium term would still happen this summer in terms of updating the user survey, and the other survey work as well for property boundaries and topo and things like that. Is that right?
Yeah, our goal, I think that the user survey would be relatively easy because LSC, we could hire them again to just do the survey again, use the same format. And then we should have time to get a consultant on board in time for them to at least get out and do some of the additional on the ground topographical survey prior to the winter setting in. But that would take a little bit more time to select a consultant to do that portion.
The other thing
civil design.
Yeah, the other thing I'd offer in this area is from a staff perspective, we have more than enough work to do this summer. So, our feelings would not be hurt if the council said, hey, let's not pursue design of this year. Where that recommendation came from largely was, I think there was concern amongst some participants in the stakeholders group that the temporary solution would become the permanent solution. And I put the row of boulders out, it works okay, and then everyone forgets about it. And there was some concern that there may not be the commitment to the longer term option. So a portion of the staff recommendation related to moving forward on design was to show at least that level of commitment towards pursuing the longer term option. With that said, like I said, from a staff perspective, it wouldn't be the end of the world if we just delayed that by another year either. But some of the stakeholders might have some concern over that though. So I just offer that as well.
Sure. And then for the long term, is that we don't necessarily have a time frame for that. That would really be contingent on just grant funding opportunities that arise.
Right.
Okay. So very last question, and I might be opening up a can of worms here a little bit, but if we do an updated user survey this year, I still don't think we really know what our user patterns are going to look like in the future. They changed a lot over the past year. They're probably going to look pretty similar to last year, but we don't know, in 2022 or the future, once we're moving out of the pandemic, what it will look like. Do we risk, if we're making decisions based on data collection this summer, that those are not the right decisions for the really long term because we don't know what those usage and tourist patterns are going to look like necessarily?
Yeah, I'd say that's always an issue with transportation planning. Is you're really planning around human behavior, which is continually evolving and adjusting. So, we do our best with collecting data at given points in time, and then using that as a reference point for making hopefully good decisions for the future.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
I think my fellow council members addressed all of my questions. Sarah, do we have any public comment on this item? 2. We will hear public comment.
Hi, this is Sharon Freeman. I'm calling to comment on agenda item 7.3, parking on Donner Pass Road at Donner Lake. I tried to put in a letter form of this comment. I don't know if it's posted, so I'll try and squeeze it into a voice message. I really support the idea of a back-in angled parking program for Donner Lake. This method was brought up at a town council session in regards to the West River Street Park, and studies had shown that other towns like ours had been using this method to a great outcome, and it seems like it would be an excellent pilot project for our town to try. It would be a new method, and it might take some getting used to, but it has a lot of great benefits compared to parallel parking. With parallel parking, when you open your car door, it's out onto the street. It definitely takes up more parking spaces to parallel park. When you're backing in, you can unload your car safely off of the roadway, and then when you're pulling out, you have a clear view. If we consider this for West River Street Park, why wouldn't we consider it for Donner Lake? I think that it would give us more parking spaces, way more spaces. And once people got used to it, the public might really support it. And ultimately, if it works well, then great. And if it didn't work well, then the parallel parking is slated to be put in pavement for the long term anyway, so it's something that could always be brought back to parallel parking. I think that our town is really unique, and we have to employ creative and truly innovative solutions. And so I ask the town council to please reconsider the Donner Lake parking with fresh ideas, and please give public access to the lake the consideration that it needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharon.
Item 7.3, please utilize back and diagonal parking. It can hold 3 times more cars. It is safe for bikers. It keeps people out of the road during unloading. It facilitates view departure with low accident and traffic risk. Road-based gravel and chalk can be used with signs as a test for this plan. THX James Pecker, Truckee resident.
Thank you, James.
Okay. We have one more text comment. I'll just read this one. It says, I agree with Councilmember Zabriskie. I am against town-funded parking in lieu of figuring out more sustainable long-term transit options. Susie Tarnay.
Thank you, Susie. Okay. All right, Councilmember Romack, would you like to kick off our deliberation?
Sure. Thank you, Becky and Dan, for your presentation. And I really appreciate staff working with the working group as well. I think this was great to come up with some additional ideas and solutions. I support trying out parallel parking. I definitely want to make sure we're doing what we can to explore the feasibility of a park and ride shuttle. And as Dan talked about, make it as user-friendly and easy as possible to see if, folks can ride it. I would definitely advocate to make sure it's not just Tahoe Donner residents, if that's possible, to have other town folks be able to ride it as well. But I think it's worth trying this for a summer. I also would go with staff's recommendation to move forward with the medium term. So we're prepared to move forward if we find that this works. And if we find it doesn't, we at least have some topographic maps we can use for other solutions. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Romack. Becky, would you mind putting up those recommendations again for us to look at? And then Councilmember Zabriskie, your commentary.
Yes, I support just part 1, which is the immediate project for this summer to do the parallel parking with boulders, and then to do a user survey, but not to do the design of a more permanent parking structure, or even item 3 would follow from that. So I'm just sticking with item 1 and the user survey. And I did listen to the back-end parallel parking. I remember considering that on West River Street. I had thought about it in terms of this project earlier, and I have experienced the Bridgeport back-end parking. But I feel parallel parking is what is appropriate here.
Thank you. And Councilmember Pallavi.
Can I ask one quick clarifying question of either Becky or Dan? And that is on item number 2 here for the design of long-term to be split between general fund and TSSA 1. I believe I saw in our comments or questions pre-meeting that the Tahoe Donner Association board at this point is not supportive of splitting those. So we would be acting unilaterally. Or what would your plan be for if we did approve item 2? What would the next course of action be with the Tahoe Donner Association?
So 2 parts to that. So we have communicated to the Tahoe Donner Association this recommendation of splitting the design 50% TSSA 1, 50% general fund or other sources. At this point, they have not objected to that, nor have they sent us a letter saying, yes, we support that. So I'll stop at that. To answer your next question of what would the next step be with the Tahoe Honor Association, it would be to advise them of whatever action the council takes tonight regarding this project, and then seeing if that generates any input, either positive or negative.
Great. So with that additional information, which confirms, I think, what I was thinking, I'm sort of with Councilmember Zabriskie on this one. I'm fine to proceed with item 1 on this user survey as well. I'm not so convinced on the long-term improvements. And what I'd also be interested in, and I know this has sort of been done in a vacuum, but I know that the Watershed Council has convened some sort of Donner Lake stewardship committee of some sort that is not necessarily looking at this particular project, but is looking at others. So I'd sort of pause on 2 as well. And I think I'm aligned with Councilmember Zabriskie on this one. Let's proceed with 1. I'm also okay with proceeding with 3. I'm prefer to pause on 2. Let's see what happens this summer and maybe revisit this in the winter time if it's something, we're still interested in pursuing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. And Vice Mayor Henderson.
I agree with the near term to install the boulders and signage and have parallel parking. I think that meets the needs of a lot of our user groups. It, ensures that we still have accessibility for folks to the lake. Hopefully we'll solve some of the conflict issues and also, the preservation and overuse issue of the lake. So I'm in alignment with my fellow council members on that. I'm also, I am also, I think, in agreement with let's do the user survey this summer, and I would love it to come back with an update on sort of the statistics from that and the success of the short-term measures around this, in the fall after we get through kind of the height of the tourist season. I do want us to be fiscally responsible and to make sure that we're not kind of throwing money and resources and staff time at something that, that we're really not sure of. So it'd be interesting to pilot this, I guess. I would want to demonstrate to the stakeholders, I want to be able to say to them that this will come back in the fall. We will have an update on this because they've obviously invested time and effort in participating in these stakeholder groups. And there is a concern about a long term. So I'd want that to be clear.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I have a couple items on this. Actually, I'm assuming the 84 parallel parking spots, that number is because that's the maximum we could fit there. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think it's going to end up being less than that because our thought is, we're not going to remove trees. We're not going to remove native vegetation that currently exists out there. And there would be some areas where the parallel parking spaces wouldn't fit. So that 84 space calculation is somewhat theoretical based on the linear distance and an assumption of people parking in a relatively organized fashion, kind of nose to tail over the full section.
Yeah.
I think the actual numbers is going to be a bit lower.
Which, if it were paved and striped, then yeah, probably you would fit, but it's not that organized out there because people come at different times. And the 30 spaces, that's really based on what fits in front of the Tahoe Donner Beach. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's that same kind of theoretical calculation based on the distance out there.
Okay. And I just want to reiterate for primarily for the public watching that I don't believe the town's goal here, and it doesn't sound like it from the comments that I've heard from my fellow council members. I don't believe our goal here is to maximize parking, and so to do a back-end parallel on this road just doesn't make sense to me, because to me we're trying to find the balance between this overuse that is obvious and well documented, and the unsafe nature of how people are parking and interacting with the different cyclists, pedestrians, and vehicles, and also balance the fact that the state park does not feel this parking is in the best interest of their use and the environment out there, yet we want to provide access for our community. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. That is not what we're trying to accomplish here. What we're trying to accomplish is improving safety, improving the environmental protection, and satisfying the needs of the various property owners and public access. So with that, I'm very much so supportive, like the rest of my council members, in pursuing option number 1. I think we lost some parking last summer when they put in the bike path, so users adjusted. This will be yet another adjustment, and it will be, I think, beneficial to see how people do adjust if there's a change in the behavior, because we are going to cut, a third or a half of the available parking out there. So that will be very interesting to observe and possibly survey and track. I am curious, though, if we were to do a survey this summer, we have a lot of unique circumstances going on, because we do still have COVID. We know that's impacting our visitorship. We're going to add a shuttle, so that changes the dynamics yet again. And then they're going to have a reservation system. But we don't know if the reservation system's going to continue in perpetuity, and we don't know the viability and the consistency of a shuttle. So while I don't think it's a huge lift to do a survey for parking and access, I think, and it would be an interesting data point, I think we would really have to make sure we're framing that appropriately for the circumstances that it was conducted under. And perhaps maybe we would add to that the Truckee Donner Association on the same days that we're doing that survey to take some sort of tally of how their visitors are accessing their beach. Are they parking on site? Are they parking off site? Are they taking the shuttle? Are they being dropped off? I think that would be a very interesting thing, particularly if that data point is going to be used to divide up the future funding. The other point here is it doesn't make sense to me to invest a huge amount of staff time and money to design 84 parallel parking spaces that A, the state park doesn't really want, and B, we don't have funding for. So I would like to see, I think it would be beneficial for a lot of reasons for us to go ahead and do the topographic survey and boundary studies, because then we have that information to use going forward when it's appropriate, because we do have to do something out there. So those are the parameters that I have, but I'm at this point in time not ready to say, yes, we should go forth and design that 84 parallel parking spaces. I think I need an interim step to understand, is that the right number? How are we funding it? And who is it serving? So with that, do my fellow council members have any additional comments or concerns, or does staff have the direction that they feel they need?
It would be helpful to get a formal council motion on this.
Okay, so it looks like, oh, and who is that?
This is Lindsay, Councilmember Romack.
Hello.
I just wanted to say, yeah, Anna, with what you were saying about topographic maps and studying that, that's more along the lines of what I was thinking, because this slide wasn't up when I was speaking to that. So I agree. I don't necessarily think we need to plan to pave parking surfaces. So I would just say I'm in alignment with the rest of my council members. But I would want to make sure, well, I'm in strong support of making sure we're also exploring the feasibility of a park and ride shuttle service, if not implementing it as soon as possible. So I don't know how if all the council members support that as well.
Can I try making a motion?
Sure.
Okay. I move that we direct staff to carry out item 1, convert existing head-in shoulder parking to parallel parking through a low-cost construction technique, and to do item 3, explore the feasibility of a park and ride shuttle service along Donner Pass Road, and then additionally do the user survey.
So the user survey and not go as far as a topographic survey.
And at the risk of interrupting, staff would suggest the topo survey would probably be best held for a more concerted, if we decide we're going to build parallel parking or not build parallel parking, I think doing the topo survey at that time would be more efficient anyway. I won't get into the details, but I think that would be an efficient way to go, and we can always get the topo and the other information later.
And I would say we could always authorize the topo at some time over the course of the next 4 or 5 months and still accomplish it before surveying becomes very difficult in the snow, if that needed to happen.
Yep.
Okay.
Hence my motion.
Hence your motion. And just for clarifying for staff, item number 4, amend the CIP budget. What do we need to address there based on our deliberation?
So in order to pursue the short-term improvements, what we would need to do is the budget amendment for 2021, which provides the funding to implement the short-term improvements out of Measure V, because right now the funding is out of the TSSA 1 account for this project.
Okay, so we are, the recommendation then would be to move forward with items 1 and 3 and accept staff's recommendations for the CIP adjustments for 2021.
Yeah, that would allow alternative 1 to move forward and make it clear how we're paying for it, or excuse me, the first part of the recommendation to move forward and make it clear as to how it's being paid for.
Okay. And Councilmember Zabriskie is shaking his head, so that is his motion. And Councilmember Romack, would you care to second?
I will second.
Wonderful. Sarah, can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Romack?
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Henderson?
Yes.
And Mayor Klofstad?
Yes.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
7.4. This is Fair Political Practices Commission, FPPC, electronic filing requirement for campaign filings. And this is Judy Price.
Thank you, Mayor Klofstad, and good evening, Council. I'll make this pretty brief. The Fair Political Practices Commission is an agency that was established in and by the state of California to regulate and enforce the Political Reform Act. So as council members are really aware of the requirements and regulations surrounding the Fair Political Practices Commission, the public may not be. So I thought I would take the opportunity as we introduce this ordinance to kind of just bring a little bit of light to what we're talking about. So these campaign filing forms are very familiar to every one of the council members sitting at the dais. They've all filled out some variety of these forms when they ran for office. They continue to file a 700 every year, and some of the council members will continue to file candidate statements if they still have an active open campaign account, which I believe a couple still do. So the ordinance that we're talking about tonight only regulates the campaign filing requirements. So we have an ongoing annual filing requirement for the town, for council members, planning commissioners, a number of town staff by the state, as well as town staff based on our conflict of interest code. And those are, we've mandated that our staff is required to use this software to file those 700 forms annually. But we are required to adopt an ordinance, or you are required to adopt an ordinance to make it mandatory for candidates who file for office in the future to use the same software platform to file their candidate statements of information. So why now? We implemented the 700 filing requirement for staff and council members already. On the campaign side, the state has enacted some new legislation that requires the town to partially redact and post on our town website all the candidate statement forms that are filed within 72 hours of them being filed. So it's a little labor intensive, and this software package and this ordinance that supports it will automate that process. So the candidate files these forms electronically, they post immediately to the website, and they're automatically redacted without town staff having to intervene on that behalf. The other reason we'd like to get it done is that I'm training new staff on all these regulations, on the requirements for noticing and accepting and enforcing all of these regulations as the filing officer for the town of Truckee. And so it would be a lot easier to implement this software now as we train up new staff. So for the public, this link goes to our website, and it goes to a portion of our website that highlights the fair political practices documentation that are required. These are the folks that are required to file. And here's a link, and this is going to go directly to the filing software that we're going to require the candidates to use. Hoping it opens. Maybe not. There it is. So I don't know who else is in here. I know I am. So basically this is what the public will see, and it makes it much easier for a public member to research what a candidate's campaign funds are coming from, where their economic interest lies, where town staff's economic interest lies. Although we don't have a plethora of requests for these documents now, this just is a little more transparent and allows people to take a look at this data and information without having to come and request it from the town. So it's pretty simple to use. And so my last slide is my recommendation for this evening to waive the first reading and introduce the ordinance. And that would require our candidates to use this net file filing system to file their candidate statements. And I'm available for any questions.
And I'll just point out that I have reviewed the ordinance. It does comply with the law. And this is very straightforward.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Andy. See, look at this. We just approved our priorities, and already they're transferring files electronically. It's fantastic. Instant gratification.
No, it'll take a month.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Romack? Councilmember Zabriskie?
So this means I don't have to mail it in anymore. I don't have to walk it in anymore. If I want to see somebody's financial statement, I don't have to come in with a mask, drive in from my house. All I do is go online.
That's correct. This effort is both sustainable as well as it really simplifies for the candidates how they would file their papers. Even the requirement for you to mail your state 410, your statement of organization, is taken care of automatically by the software now.
For all my questions.
Councilmember Pallavi and Vice Mayor Henderson. Councilmember Pallavi, would you care to provide a motion?
Oh, I
Do we have
love
public
to,
comment?
Mayor Close.
Oh, do we, hold on.
Public comment.
Yeah, do we have public comment? I don't think so.
There's no public comment.
Fabulous. All right, back at you.
Sorry.
The public wants us to keep that binder going in Judy's office so they can, we can all go rifle through it every so often. It's the good binder. I'll make a motion that we approve item 7.4. I don't have an action in front of me. Sorry, Mayor Klofstad. It's really hard when they don't give us the slides like I'm used to seeing there.
Okay, I'll read it for you.
I approve 7. Yes, thank you.
The recommendation is waive the first reading and introduce ordinance 2021-01 requiring the Fair Political Practices Commission, FPPC, filings in the town of Truckee to be filed by the town's electronic filing system.
I will make that motion that Mayor Klofstad just read for me. Thank you.
How about a second from Vice Mayor Henderson?
Full second.
And Sarah, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Romack.
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yes.
Councilmember Pallavi.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Henderson.
Yes.
And Mayor Klofstad.
Yes. That is our last agenda or discussion item. So now it is council reports. Councilmember Romack.
You quickly attended the weekly COVID calls. Great news, community, that we're moving to the red tier. So fantastic. Also wanted to mention, I attended a meeting on the 5 Creeks project from the U.S. Forest Service. That is area just south of Truckee down to Olympic Valley. I did attend in my capacity in my job through Placer County, but I know town staff, Bob Womack was there. I believe Councilmember Pallavi was there as well. Just a great showcasing of how we work with our regional partners, as we just discussed. And that project is specifically around forest management, fuels reduction, will be taking place 2023 is what they're talking about, with the NEPA document being started this spring. And then also just finally, I talked today with Pete Finelio with the Contractors Association. He shared with me some concerns about issues CAT members are seeing as pertains to permits. And as we just saw again with the work plan with staff, I know our staff is working very hard, but I do look forward to having some more conversations with Jen and Danielle to see if we can come up with some solutions and identify ways to move forward on some of those issues. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Romack. Councilmember Zabriskie? You're on mute.
Thank you. Since the last meeting, I attended the weekly Rotary Innovate Gateway workshop. I was invited and participated in a meeting with the Government Affairs Committee of the Contractors Association. I attended a meeting of the Truckee River Legacy Foundation, which is a group, an extension of a group that's been around quite a while, that's looking at river protection, physical and visual access to the river, and the manner of redevelopment of the West River Street area in connection with the revitalization plan. I also attended a meeting with Dan West, Darcy Mesner, Drew, Jack, and Danielle to talk about an alternative equivalent for those homes that qualify for the snow load exception to the solar mandate. And then met with Dan Wilkins, Christy Maley Grube, who is the head of the North Tahoe Truckee Transportation Management Commission. Kelly Beatty was there too, and they sort of gave me and Ruth Miller a tutorial on what that commission is doing, and then also attended the Nevada County Transportation Commission, where we went over a presentation on the county's development of an extreme climate event adaptation plan, and then a coordination of transportation across the county. And then Kelly Beatty reported on the Truckee's new transit center. In regard to the extreme climate event adaptation plan, there's going to be a public workshop in April. In regard to the county-wide transportation plan, there's going to be a public workshop in early April for those of you who are interested in attending. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. You've been busy. Councilmember Pallavi.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Klostad. I had a really wonderful opportunity to meet with Allison Schwedner from the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. She reached out to me to give me sort of an overview of the homelessness situation, everything that's happening, all of some of the different issues. I found it incredibly valuable, and followed up with her to work with Chief Billingsley and potentially provide that type of overview to all of us, because I think it would help all of us just to have more information on that, especially as some of that comes up. I attended the chamber board meeting along with Hillary and Jen briefly. We provided a town update there. We had a very robust Visit Truckee Tahoe meeting, of which Hillary and I generally always attend, resulted in some fairly major direction adjustments and sort of board prioritization, very similar to the types of work that we just did tonight. And then along with Councilmember Romack and Bob Womack, was at the Five Creeks presentation as well. Really, really good stuff. Our local forest is doing there too. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. And Vice Mayor Henderson.
Thank you. I participated in the weekly COVID update calls. I had virtual meetings with David Diamond of the airport board to discuss opportunities between the town and the airport. I also met virtually with Hardy Bullock to discuss county-town partnership items like the new library and some mental health opportunities and partnerships. I participated in the newly formed monthly meeting between the town and county to advance the new library for Truckee. And of course, that's in direct support of our council goal on infrastructure and community connectivity. And then lastly, I just want to thank the Rotary for hosting a really amazing virtual crab and pasta feed this past weekend. Just thank you for all of your efforts in doing that for our community.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vice Mayor Henderson. Okay, I spent a good amount of time also working on the concept of the JPA for the greenhouse gas emissions with various partner agencies. So that's been the primary focus of the last couple of weeks. We also did have our mayor's managers virtual breakfast last week where we talked about legislative advocacy efforts that we are aligning with the county, and dabbled in the discussions with Grass Valley and Nevada City to try to do the same and embark on discussions to combine and unify our efforts where appropriate. We also shared some of the challenges with the upcoming summer events. We're all in deliberations, it seems like right now, as to what we feel like we can plan for and what we feel we should try to prepare for versus maybe wait a little bit longer. So more to come on that. Councilmember Zabriskie and I also had a conversation again with South Lake Tahoe about greenhouse gas emission reductions for our region. So we continue to work on that from a bunch of different angles. And I was able to watch the recording of the Innovate Gateway. I so appreciate that we have that opportunity. I could not attend that evening, but still have the opportunity to watch those events, and it was very informative. So I want to give a shout out to the staff, the planning staff that put that on, and clearly a lot of information and planning and strategizing and work went into that. I also had my one-on-one about the general plan update with Jenna, and that was very enjoyable. I look forward to continuing to support staff in that process. We're really at a pivotal point here and looking forward to the next couple of months of development in that area. So with that, I think we are, our next meeting is going to be the board workshop actually on March 31st, starting at 4:00. And then our next regular board council meeting will be the April 13th meeting starting at 5 p.m. So thank you, everybody.